I was gonna wait a little longer to start. However, somehow as I opened up the game, the music between what I'm playing from my audio player and the game's music ended up just kind of like melding beautifully before I got really hyped and I was gonna throw it up, but it kind of got to a part where they didn't mix well, and I'm like, oh, damn. But yes, hello, hello, hello. I am here. I am here. Happy Pride Month, everybody. I also have a fun little thing to show off. Not starting this stream, but starting next stream. Um, I now have a start video, and I'm so excited because it looks so fun. I forgot to bring in my audio over here, but I'm so hyped because now I have a starting soon video. It totally did not take me a while to make because Adobe was very, very slow. Totally not. Did it not loop? Excuse me. You should be looping, not me being silly. But I'm very proud of it. I haven't made anything in my 7C's version of After Effects in a very long time, so it was kind of fun getting back into it in a way. Pardon my loud water bottle full of ice. But I'm very happy with it. Now, hopefully, everything tonight works because I was trying to open up my model thing earlier. Gonna swap over to here. Where am I? There I am. I was trying to open up my model program earlier, and it just kept not opening properly. And I gave Atlas a little restart. Hopefully that helps. I think Atlas is just as cranky with the temperature as I am. But I'm super excited because there is a thing, and I am going to try and link this right now. There is a huge bundle on itch.io, however it is pronounced, for Pride Month. And all the money goes towards, I believe, the Trevor Project. Squeeze me. And it is $60, and it is full of, as they say, tabletop games, books, zines, albums, art, and video games in general. And I had to do it because a lot of the things look so much fun. And of course, you know, I'm going to be donating to support this month extra. I'm going to hopefully post the link in the chat. It should work. But if anybody is interested, there's a ton of stuff in there. I cannot play everything on stream because some of the things are adult games, and I don't want to. I'm not dealing with that. I'm not dealing with getting in trouble for that. But there's a lot of really interesting games. I'm definitely going to be playing more throughout the month. And it also has tabletop games, and I have been meaning to get into playing more tabletop games myself. So I am hyped. And when I saw Lookouts, I was like, that's the one. That is the game. Absolutely. And so I am very hyped for tonight. I'm going to start switching everything over. Hopefully this works. Because everything has just been a mess this week. Computer-wise, I was far too scared to use Atlas last night. If I had any daily games that I needed to play, I played them like rapidly because I was not letting Atlas stay on for that long. By the end of the night, when I was just doing simple things that didn't use up a lot of computer energy, he was very slow and unhappy. So I'm very thankful I didn't stream yesterday. I'm pretty sure he would have blown up. But it is supposed to be cooler for the rest of the night. It is supposed to be dropping down soon to very cool temperatures. It's supposed to be similar temperatures tomorrow, so Atlas should be okay. But if at any point for the upcoming season, if I have to end streams early, it's mostly just because I don't want Atlas melting, which feels very accurate for both lore reasons and just Atlas as a person. Because the lore reasons, being from Uranus, it is a very, very chilly planet, and coming here, it's very, very hot. Also, he does not seem like he likes the heat in general. What? Uh, where is this? I'm gonna start getting things. Yes, there we go. Pulled up on here. There we go. So, yes, I'm going to start getting into it. It is, as I have put it elsewhere, and reading off of the official page for Lookouts. Lookouts is a romance visual novel about two gay trans mask outlaws in the Old West, finding refuge in each other and a little hope for a better life. I'm going to quick actually also read out the content warnings. So for anyone who feels uncomfortable with any of these things, please feel free to leave. Your comfort is much more important than watching a stream, I promise. We have content warnings for gun violence, including sound effects, gun death, blood, injury, mild transphobia, discussions of racism and settler violence. None of the injuries are described in great detail, but there are some visual aids and allusions/light descriptions. And if you do appreciate and like this game, please feel free to go to their itch.io to support them. They have a gold edition for about £5 or $6.50 with a file containing high quality original versions of all the art from the game, exclusive wallpapers for desktop and mobile, a full bangin' OST, a bunch of extra original art of doodles and designs by Cole, mini comics with the characters, 3 of 5 are currently done, and a development art book. Everyone, please, if you can and wish to, feel free to support the creators. Usually I will try and be better. I want to be better about linking where I get all the games if they are not from like Steam and stuff, especially itch.io ones, and smaller creator-made games. I want to be able to link so that people can go do the stuff without looking it up just in case, but also to make sure to support the original creators. Because fucking everything about this game looks sick as fuck. And there are so many more fun ones that I can't wait to play. So, let us get started. I'm just gonna have a quick sip of my drink and make very loud ice noises. But everybody also make sure to hydrate as well. With the temperatures getting temperatures getting hotter, it is important to remember to hydrate oneself. So, you sure we can trust this friend of yours' info? It'll be a crying shame if you're wrong about this. I apologize for my shitty... I can't really do a southern accent, so I'm just going to be doing my best just to somewhat sound western, southern, whatever that accent is, but also not going too ham because I can't do it. This guy is someone to ride the river with. He'd never sell me bunk information. That town has struck gold. That's what he heard. Ooh, I wish it was cold here today. Too hot. Heard? He just heard about it? What kind of source is that? We can't go off rumors, you nutcase. But think about it. We'll be living like English kings if we take over a supply like that. What else are we gonna do? The last job was a bust. We got nothing left. Oh shit. Hi, Agra. Thank you for the lurk, and I hope the background noise is not too cringy with my awful southern accents. Also, loved the sword wand. It looks magnificent and killer, no pun intended. Alright. We've had some bad luck and are running low on supplies. We'll take that town by hook or by crook. And if they don't have that goal, we can take them for what they do have and skedaddle. Skedaddle. Heck yeah, Gail. Do stretches too. Don't forget everybody to stretch. Don't thank me for compliments. Not allowed here. Just just take. Don't thank. Your artwork is awesome. Um, I don't think. Oh, okay. The lookout will go early in the morning and see what we're up against. But I reckon we can bulldoze the berg and have some fun either way. Make sure to bring us back some juicy details, won't you, tomboy? He firmly slaps you on the back. Laughter fills the camp around the roaring fire. Sounds like you'll be riding at sunup to check the town out. You feel it's best to get some sleep. The desert is an orange haze. Scorched sands whip up around your horse's legs, the sun hot against your back as you ride towards the town. There's not much to be done while riding. The desert is lonely, harsh, bare. Only thing to do is think. You don't like being alone with your thoughts so often, for so long. But you always are alone as the lookout, alone, being the odd stick of the gang. No one talks to you unless they need something. You daydream as you ride, like usual. Flights of fancy or settling down somewhere. You're tied to Curly Wolf and his gang through. Is it so much to ask to be able to live in peace? To not have to fight for survival, always on the run? Maybe that's what your life will always be like, gang or not. A hunted outcast. God damn it. Motherfucker. They could have sent you off with some plaything cards at the very least. Damn. Not even cards? Gets boring being a lookout. You come up to an outcropping near a cliff. Tying up your horse, you approach the edge and see the town come into view. A nice frontier town, small but clearly bustling with people. White signs on the wooden buildings glint and bloom in the midday sun. You can't see much else from way up here and turn to go get your binoculars. Oof, my reading is so good today. You open your saddlebag and pull the metal binoculars out, brushing it against your poncho to dust off the lenses. Turning back to walk the edge, a figure suddenly rounds the corner of the large rock you've decided to set up camp under. Ah! Caw! Oh, the caw! Out of instinct, your hand snaps to your holstered gun and pulls it, trained squarely at the head of this new person. The bird, who seemingly came from nowhere, looks at you, clearly just as surprised and out of sorts from your own presence. He shifts backward, eyeing your hand on your gun. The air feels very still all of a sudden, and given you have the upper hand, you take a moment to look at who you just crossed paths with. He's definitely an outlaw like yourself. Rugged beak shining in the sun centers a face you admittedly find charming. His face and arms are marked with scars, and a large, sawn-off shotgun hangs in his holster. Since he's a bird, you know to be wary, just like he'll know to be wary of a canid like yourself. Howdy there. What's your name, partner? Joseph. And what are you doing all the way out here, Joseph? You seem a dreadful long way away from where one might think you should be. I could ask you the same question. You stare him dead in the eye. He's pretty calm for someone having a gun pointed at his head, but you can see some of his features quivering. You trying to sneak up on me, Joseph? Rob me blind where no one else can see? Bet you thought a fella missing an arm would be easy. No, sir. I had no idea you were here till I walked around this rock here. This here rock. He pats the redstone beside him, as if to make a point. Sir? What in the Sam Hill? You lower your gun, like your shoulder joint just gave out, and let it hang there. In all my years, no stranger has ever called me sir. Well, color me surprised, fella. You have to be blind or full of... Pardon me. Infamous, what's up? Yeah, it's, me and my cringy southern accents. Trying to read southern, which is not easy for me. You'd have to be blind or full as a tick to not see an upstanding young gentleman. All right, now you're just licking my boots. The hawk puts a hand to his chest. God as my witness, I ain't lying to you. You holster your gun and snort a small laugh. I. Wait, do you really? Because I'm trying to think. I'm taking a moment to like actually think. Oh my god. Oh, wait. I'm trying to imagine it and it's crazy. I but also I love the word reckon. I think it's so cool. It's 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 one of those things where it's like, accent or not, I don't really pay attention to it much. Also just because I have family who have like heavy New York accents. So they just kind of don't phase me often, but I do love the word reckon. I love little words in different accents, specific words, and reckon I think is top tier. I think also just because if I ever try and do a southern accent, that's like my go-to word. But it's so good. The reckoning. And the Lima. Oh yeah, Mosey. Oh, they also said skedaddle earlier in the game, and I'm like, I use that just often enough. I reckon I'll mosey on home. Yeah. Oh god, my water bottle is so loud. It's so hot. But, oh, mosey on home is such a good phrase. I love it. But also, I feel like I have unlocked infamous lore today. I have learned things. My brain grows every time I stream and learn something about someone. So, all things considered, I apologize even further for any cringy accent you hear from me today. But I can't read this and not do the accent. It just wouldn't sound right. Oh, Mama Infamous. It is it on like a VOD? Cause I gotta hear Mama Infamous. Oh fuck. Oh shit. I gotta be hurrying tonight to hear that. Also, I'm so excited. I want to mention this before I go any further. Hopefully sometime this summer, because I think that would probably be the easiest time. I recently bought Super Bunny Man, which is Mama Bat's favorite game to watch. And when I asked her if she would ever play a game, she's like, I'd play Super Bunny Man. So we might hopefully at some point soon get a special Ronnie stream with Mama Bat playing with me with Super Bunny Man, because it's such a good game. Hello, welcome back, Gail. But I was like, would you ever consider coming on? She's like, probably not. And I'm like, would you play Super Bunny Man? And she goes, okay, maybe. So we're gonna get her a little model designed so that she'll pop up when she talks, and so she'll be around, and it'll be a fun time. She is a mom of culture. Fucking, she plays Pokemon Go. I need to share this because I also just need to keep drinking right now. And she plays Pokemon Go. She got really fucking upset because she found a shiny Lapras the other day with like super small numbers, and she was so excited. Like, she was so pumped. She catches this shiny Lapras, and it turns out to be a completely different Pokemon. She's like, I'm done. No more game. I'm done. Fuck this game. So, Mama Bat is a mom of culture. Oh, Jesus. Gail, can we switch temperatures, please? Please take my temperatures. They're so warm. I'm sweating. I go to sleep in a tank top and shorts and a sheet, and I wake up sweating. Please, I want to trade. You get nice fun summer temperatures, and I get cool summer. Please. Please, nature. Okay, I need to try and continue with this game. Trying to do my fucking cringy southern accent. So again, apologies, and I'm gonna keep apologizing now and then because it's bad. Oh hell yeah, let's hear a Walmart trip tale. I'm gonna keep reading while it pops up in chat, and then once I see that the story is finished or I can react, I'm gonna. But this is also a semi-long game, and it'll probably go like a 2-stream sort of thing. So I'm gonna keep going for now. But please share the tale, please. Walmart trips are always crazy. They're either uneventful or the funniest shit ever. May he strike you down as penance then. What are you doing out here? Picking flowers? The smile drops from his face. He stops short and swallows, like he can't bear to say the next words. I'm part of the Black Vulture gang. I'm on lookout here to survey this here burg. That's very forward of you, considering I just had a gun pointed your way. I'm part of the Curly Wolf gang. I'll be damned, you boys have been all over the West. Brings you right here. Much the same as you, I would imagine. Rumors of gold. You'd have it just right. Well, I can imagine what my boss might want me to do, coming across someone who's sticking their beak in our business. Joseph tenses up, feathers ruffled. He understands full well what you mean. Conflicting interests and all. Oh. Oh no. No. Infamous. Oh, I'm so sorry. But also, fuck that. I would be so hyped. I'd be like, oh shit, what's your model? What's your story? This and that. Not worth it, man. If she can't appreciate you at your VTuber, she doesn't deserve you at your fighting games. She don't deserve you, man. I'm very good at coming up with things, I swear. Big brain only up there. But nah, you didn't drop the bag, she dropped the bag. Metaphorically, because if she dropped that bag, it'd be an expensive thing to drop. But nah. Could have just gotten hyped for you, man. Disappointed in her. Like I said, if they don't... I have just completely forgotten the quote. I'm just gonna move on. I completely forgot it. 0 brain cells. Oh, hopefully. Maybe she was just like, VTuber, I feel like I've heard that before, but I don't want to sound like a dumbass. Charm! Hello, Charm. Popping in just to say rip. I need to take another sip of this. I'm probably gonna be getting up and getting a lot of waters over time, just because it's very warm, and I can't use my little cool cube because it's a very fucking loud cool cube that puts even Atlas to shame. But oh, nah. She don't deserve you, man. I'm proposing after you drop the bag. SMH. SMH my head, man. As the kids say. Oh, I'm too old to be saying shit like that. I'm too old for half of this shit, I say. Silence. Awkward silence. It is. It's so fucking it's just so chill, so simple, but also there's so much little details here and there. Like I love the little lines. They're so cute and fun. And they give you that little bit of fuzziness. Oh, so good. Shut up, Infamous. I, just kidding, just kidding. But also, at least for me. On what's the yes. I think that that's what I was thinking of earlier because I was like, it seems familiar, but I can't pinpoint it. And like the shape of his face very much feels like what was his name? Greg, I think. Um, something like that. But yeah, it's wow. Maybe I should play Night in the Woods. Because I don't remember. I remember I watched it and enjoyed it, but I can't remember everything. So maybe I should play that soon. But such a good game. Such a good game. But yeah, this is on Itch.io and they have a gold version that has L plus ratio. I mean, if you ever say it, Gail, please direct it at me because it's very accurate. Yeah, I've only ever watched people play it, and I think that, at least for me, I know that the disconnect between not getting to play it how I wanted to and like do certain things definitely affects how the game affects you. I think that's the words I'm looking for. Um, Goddamn. Yeah. So I think I think it would definitely be fun to replay again. 'Cause also, that game's art style is so good. The art direction and everything. Love it. Final Fantasy 14 streams. I gotta get my friend to stream because they play a lot of Final Fantasy 14. And knowing that there's a lot of people who play it, I feel like that they would enjoy that. Speaking of which, I need to get them on. I've been meaning to drag them on here, but they've been busy, so. One of these days, though. One of these days, I will have another living being with another voice on these streams. Oh. What the fuck? Oh, man. Fuck that. Fuck that. Get out of here, look away, run. When it comes to streaming, games just know how to do the worst thing of like timing it or doing things where you get fucked over in some way. They know when you're streaming and they're like, all right, time to mess this man up. Time to mess this whole thing up. Or they know how to, they pull up a thing and they're like, all right, time to spoil the whole game for this person. Life does a little trolling. just as a little treat. A little nice snack once in a while. That's all. I need to get back to this fucking game. I'm so sorry. A little slimy. Why did that word ruin me? I can't look at it. It's like the tiny text. God damn it. I think it's supposed to be salami. Like the meat. Yeah. A little salami. A little salami, that's all. I'm so sorry. I think my brain is melting from the heat. Oh, man. Okay. No comfy blanket today. No comfy little sheet. I need to put that to the side. Oh, I don't know why Salami killed me. It's so silly and so simple, but I have my my gauge of humor is so small, so big, so widespread that even the dumbest things will fuck me up. Ugh. I'm just gonna read. I'm just gonna read me right now. I'm just gonna try and read in my normal accent, my regular speech. I don't think I can do a southern accent right now. But he's not here. Would be a real waste of a good bullet to use it on you. Is that an insult, or are you trying to? Is that an insult, or are you trying to make a mash on me? I'm like, this is. I try. Oh, hang on. It's not like a different language. It's just all the different little words and phrases that I don't hear or use normally are like. I'm gonna be learning tonight. I'm gonna have a whole new dictionary. Yes, it is. It is a visual novel. And it is not voiced, I believe. So I will be doing lots of reading tonight. Also because I need to keep my brain active as fuck. And this game looked really fun. I was like, fuck it, if I can't read well, we're going for it. A small jibe is enough to make you stop talking and search for the binoculars you threw when you pulled your gun. Turning your face away to hide the blood rushing to your cheeks under your dark fur. You dust the binoculars off again and walk over to where Joseph is standing, his eyes keenly trained on the town. Don't need no binoculars then, huh? No, sir. These eyes can see all the faces of those people down there, no problem. Sir, again, maybe it's just a habit of his to call people that. The way that the face just subtly moves with just about every one of them, every one of the different pieces of dialogue is so good. Alright, I'm gonna keep trying the southern accent because it's just gonna keep pulling up dialogue like that. Say, why do you keep calling me sir? I ain't your boss. You just that much of a polite suck-up? Costs nothing to be kind on the trail, I found. What'd most call you then? You thought this might come up? Of course. You're surprised it took this long for him to ask you about who you are. What you are. Most would say tomboy, I think, or other things I wouldn't repeat in such polite company. And what would you call yourself? The question takes you by surprise. Something no one's ever asked you. I'd call myself a man. Huh, that's so. He's gonna think you're a nut now. You just know it. You'd be better getting on your horse right now and riding back than staying another second around this stranger. I'm just a little guy. A little dude. Just a little one hanging around doing my own thing. A little goblin. A gremlin even. But I'm just a little guy. I'm just a little guy, that's all. How funny. I guess we're in the same boat if I'm picking up what you're putting down. Might say that the guys at the camp don't use Oh. Yeah. Shove the queer to talk about money. You nod at him, unsure whether to laugh or not. Neither of you seem sure what to say now. Instead, you hold the binoculars to the bridge of your nose and investigate the town, looking down into the valley. After a spell of looking at nothing in particular silence, Gale! Motherfucker! Here I thought I'd be safe. I'm not. I'm not even safe here. How dare you? I had to stop reading just because of that. How dare you in my own chat during Pride Month of all times? How dare you? I should have seen this coming though. I was literally listening to so many D's nuts jokes all day today. I should have seen this coming. But in my hubris, in my moment of trust, I put my walls down and I got attacked immediately. I'm insulted. I'm hurt. I can't believe this. I can't believe you've done this. But I... No. Well deserved though. Well deserved. It was right there. It was right there. Anybody could have taken the opportunity. But it was you. And you know what? If this is your first ever D's Nuts, I'm proud of you. I'm proud of you for taking the chance. Eon D's exquisite. Okay, but can we... I kinda like the E at the end of D's. It kind of makes it feel like a poem being written. As gentle notes fly on the breeze, so shall you blow on D's. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, but I'm not sorry, but I'm very sorry. No, I like it. I like it. It feels fancy. That's fair, Infamous. Take your leave. Very valid. But anybody who wants or needs to leave after that, fair. But after a spell of looking at nothing in particular in silence, you take the binoculars away from your face again, readjusting to the late morning light. You glance at Joseph's keenly trained eyes, then back to the town. Oh, people C-section? Yeah! Now that's how you arrive in style, my man. That's how you arrive in style. You can't help but stare at the clump of a couple dozen or so buildings. You couldn't help but think about the real people's lives going on down there, every day. Deaths and celebrations, harvests, prayers. How you were ever gonna hurt 'em. How you were gonna hurt 'em. How you were both gonna hurt 'em. I don't get it. Joseph's voice snaps you out of your staring. Why would Black Vulture come here? There's nothing here. No mines in use, no bank, and they sure as hell ain't rich by the looks of things. Maybe they struck a new vein. This is a miner's town after all. But you're right. Something strange is going on. Well, 2 sets of eyes are better than 1, right? You want to work together? You watch my back, I'll watch yours. Deal? A huge feathered hand shoots out at you in expectation. You look at his face, and you both lock eyes for a moment. You're not sure what, but there's something in his eyes that makes you feel seen. Being looked at rather than through. Oh! Yeah! I love it. It's so cute. Yeah! You gently grab his hand, and a second winged hand clasps on and gives your whole arm a big shake. 2 bros! Hell yeah! Whoa, careful there. Don't need to lose another. Yeah! Oh, it already makes my heart happy. So early on, but my heart, it's full. He lets go and puts his hands on his hips, smiling at you. Hey, come on now, let's get on down there. He walks past you and heads toward a winding rocky pathway down the side of a valley cliff. Oh, oh, there we go. You take a moment to look at the town again, walking along the cliff edge to catch up with Joseph, wondering if he could see how red your face had been under your black fur. Clambering down the cliff face, the shade of the valley is a welcoming change after your long ride in the sun. The climb down is quiet, only a few grunts and gripes. A couple of voices of concern from Joseph you quickly waved off. You both approach a wooden sign you spotted a little ways off, swaying in the desert wind. It looked relatively new. Board hanging on two chains, a word carved into the wood. Can you read it? It was only a single word, but you couldn't piece together quite how to say it. No. Well, I'm sure someone will tell us. You notice some familiar smells drift on the wind as a gust blows through the town past you. Tobacco smoke, whiskey, stewing meat from somewhere. It reminded you of the camp. Hell yeah. A little saloon? Oh, we gotta go to the saloon. Walking more into the town, you get a better look at the buildings that were just dots up on the cliff. There was a saloon, at least, seemingly one of the older buildings in the town, as well as what you guessed was a sheriff's building, although the sign outside looked to be busted up. Everything else you could see from here seemed to be houses and whatnot. Yeah, saloon. Good drinks, good atmosphere. Maybe watch a bar fight or two. Yeah, playing some poker with the boys. Yeah. Leftovers clearly made by miners, not built to be sturdy or last long, but had been fixed up to be livable for folks. Clearly the people here like this place, and if they get a whiff of why you're both here... Who needs to crack open a cold one with the boys when you could have poker with the fellas? That's how I want to spend my Saturdays all day. Am I bad at poker? Yes. Will I lose a lot of money? Yes. Will it be with the fellas and we're having a good time? Hopefully. Hell yeah, we spit in here. I sound too old to be saying that. To be honest, me too. Every time I have to learn again and then I'm just like, I have forgotten the rules. But I'll keep going. I just sit there and I'm like, I'll just keep putting chips in. Yeah. And at some point I'm like, okay, either I hold out until the end because I'm stubborn, or I just stop. But most of the time I just wait because I'm stubborn. Ooh. Okay, but punch poker? When you're... It's like regular poker, less rules. Oh, maybe... Well, what's the one with calling someone's bluff? Is that poker? But every time you call someone's bluff, you just punch them. I don't know if that's poker or not. I'm making an ass out of myself about assuming about this game. Probably getting like 5 different games mixed up. But you call someone's bluff just by punching them. I think that's what we should do. No. Surely that's not just Uno. Surely that's not. Please. Hold on. Because if it just is Uno, I'm gonna cry. That's a really bad card game mix-up. Hold on. Please. Oh! Oh, I just looked it up. I've never known by this name, but allegedly it's a card game called Bluff, also. And it sounds like when I was growing up, it was known as Bull or Bullshit. That's what I knew that game as. where essentially you're like, I play two, threes. And if you think they're lying, you just yell bullshit. But apparently that's a game. Apparently that's called bluff in some places. But nah, it's bullshit. It's it's a card game. Okay, I'm gonna quick explain this card game. I'm gonna take a sip and then explain this game. It is a card game where you try to get rid of all the cards in your hand, kind of like Uno. Except, what you do is you go two through ace, and you have to go like in order of 1, 2, 2, 3, 4, 5, so on and so forth. And because you want to get rid of all the cards in your hands, you have to like put down if you have that number. Like if we're playing the game and it gets to me and it has to be 5 and I have a 5 in my hand, I can just play it upside down and say I play 1 5. But if I don't have that card, I just pick something else and pretend like I have a 5. And your whole goal is to get through all of the cards in your hand. But if somebody catches you lying, they have to flip the cards upside down that you just played to check. And if you were telling the lie and you got caught, you have to pick up every card in the deck that was put down. But if you were telling the truth, the person who tried to call your bluff has to then pick up all those cards. It gets... Anytime I played it at like grade school, it got heated as fuck. It was so heated. And it's the dumbest, simplest game, but it's so much fun. It was essentially Monopoly for whenever I played it with friends. It was one of those, it gets too intense, we get too invested in it. We'd play it during, what's it called? During lunch sometimes, and sometimes had to get the teachers called on us because we were being too rowdy. Just over a card game. There was no fist fighting, we were just loud. To be like, "Aw, fuck, damn." Or people get really interested and watch. That was the most rowdy I ever got. I know, but it was lunchtime and we were all just vibing out, and it was a big not really a big cafeteria. It's pretty small, to be honest. But we were just really invested in the game. It's nothing to write home about, but it's really good. And it's easy to play because you just need a deck of cards. Talking to people. Daylight's burning. Oh, here comes someone now. Sure enough, you see a short figure approaching you from the sheriff's office. Oh, fuck. Man. Cops are already here. You hear the pound of a cane on the dirt as they limp toward you with a vigor in their step. When they get closer and the haze of the desert heat obscures them less, you see a smartly dressed old lizard standing before you both. Oh no, what have you sent in? Oh shit. Oh, I wouldn't be surprised. I think the heat has been messing with my internet. There have been times where it just kind of blips out for a little. I haven't been able to watch a stream without connectivity? Connection issues. For like at least yesterday it was pretty bad. So, apologies for any stream blips. Yes, the meme, the little charm can have some salami. Can have a little salami. A very good meme. So good. Welcome. I'm so bad at pronouncing names, but welcome back, Zephyrus. But yes, I apologize if there's any stream blips. It will either be from Atlas getting cranky, because he has to stream when he is warm, or Probably just heat in general fucking with the Wi-Fi. But I'll be keeping an eye on that as the months go along this summer. And October. Look at this man. Look at this fancy little lizard. He's got a little hat. I didn't see his little hat. I love it. Oh, almost an hour into this, and after even looking at the thing, I did not really notice the little hat on him. Oh, but I love the little hats. They're so cute. Cane in one hand and a metal flask in the other. Fuck, I have to do another voice. Howdy, fellas. I'm Sheriff. Welcome to Clemency. Pleasure to meet you, Sheriff? He gave the lizard an expectant look, waiting for a name. Jesus. My name is Sheriff. Just Sheriff. That's all you need. And what do you call yourselves? My name's Joseph, and my associate here is... He gestured towards you and turned to look at you, a subtle panic running across his eyes. You realize that he just realized you never gave your name. What? Oh, fuck yeah, what is my name? My name... No. My name is Ron. No, Okay, no capital R for me. I should have just deleted up until the thing before. Aw, hell yeah. Go get that shower, infamous. Wash away those sins. Become cleansed. And prepare to sin once more. Hell yeah. Wash away the sins of the day. Disgusting sins. Only fresh sins here. Sinning once more. Hell yeah. What's the point in living if you can't sin? But that's just me. I'm Ronnie. Pleasure to meet you. Oh, I took my little hat off. He said this while looking at Joseph, resisting the urge to wink at him before looking back to Sheriff. So what brings you two to our fine town? We're just riding through. Needed a rest stop. There a problem with that? Joseph nudges you with his elbow a bit. Glancing at his eyes, you can tell he's saying, "Don't be so rude." No, not at all. I'm just the closest thing we have to a welcome committee. And it's always nice to see some new faces all the way out here. How long will you be staying? Saloon has some rooms if you'd like to stay the night. That's an awful kind offer, Sheriff, but we'll be gone before nightfall. At least that's the idea. Maybe we'll like this town so much we stay. Joseph and Sheriff both chuckle, and Sheriff sighs. Well, you boys let me know if you need anything else. I'll be at home most likely. Will do. Yep. With the tip of the hat, Sheriff turned and started walking back to the building at the end of the road. With the lizard out of earshot, Joseph turns to you. So, partner, what's our plan? You look around the town for a moment, surveying the handful of people walking about, talking to each other around their houses. Taking in the warm wind blowing past you with a deep breath. We get talking to folks. And what? They just run their mouth about all the gold they found? No, but I reckon a town this size, if they've struck something, there'll be a buzz about it. We ask them about themselves, about the town. Someone will spill sooner or later. Alright then. Well, I got a pretty good peep at the place on the way down. Pretty. I love that. Oh, I love the way it's... I love seeing the accent written out. It's so good. We got a saloon just here, and we got some sort of town hall on the far side, and we got sheriff's station at the end of the road by the looks. Where to? Oh. Let's look at the town hall. There might be a meeting we can drop in on at the town hall. Seems worth a look. Sounds good to me. I wouldn't mind sitting down a spell neither. Oh, I love this. You both start walking to the outskirts of the town, weaving between the clumps of houses and down the dirt banks. You keep walking on a flat stretch, smooth and compacted from the frequent travels of people. Some townsfolk on their porches wave at you or give a little afternoon as you pass by. Is it just me, or does it feel like everyone here is nicer than most? Well, maybe, but I ain't complaining. He gives an enthusiastic wave to a small kid shyly hanging around outside their house, under the shade. I could get used to folk being nice to me. They not usually? I mean, I don't stray far from the gang a lot of the time. Maybe this is normal. Yeah, I suppose I wouldn't know either. You arrive at the large wooden building you'd been heading towards, noting how similar to a chapel it looked. Joseph walks up the small steps and opens the door with a rattle, holding it open for you. Thank you kindly. Oh, I love the art style and direction. It's so good. He follows you into the short, darkened hallway, closing the door behind him with another wooden rattle. The meeting hall is fairly large and simple and bright. The wood walls are varnished and gleaming from the ample sunlight filtering through the arched windows. Excuse me. Rows of benches line the aisle, half facing away and half facing toward you on each side. Sitting on a nearby bench turned away from you is a hunched figure in black. Hearing you come in, the figure jumps to life, rising from the seat. They turn to you both, revealing themselves to be an elderly tortoise holding a small book in one hand. Ah, do my eyes deceive me, or do I see new visitors to our town? He walks with the characteristic slowness of someone his age and nature down the aisle towards you both, but with a sprightly spring to his step. He tucks the book under one arm and extends both his hands to shake hands with Joseph, and then you. Welcome to Clemency, and to our meeting hall. I am Jacob, and what might your names be? I'm Joseph, and this here's my associate Ronnie. Pleasure to meet you. I assure you, the pleasure is all mine. It has been a good while since we had fresh faces around here. Now you'll have to excuse me, but I have some business to attend to quickly. Feel free to sit and pray here until I return if you so wish. Before you can ask any more questions, he shuffles between you both and out the door. You and Joseph look at each other quizzically, sitting down on the nearest bench together. What'd he say? Sit and pray here? That's what I heard too. Is this a meeting hall for prayer? Meeting house of God? I don't get it. You can't help but smile at his musings as he looks around the room, looking into the rafters of the ceiling before turning back to you. Gotta stretch my leggy. You lock eyes with him, staring into the honey gold and brown streaked rings of his keen gaze. Aww. He smiles at you coyly and looks away, readjusting in his seat. You realize you were holding your breath. You sit up on the bench more too. The hard wood at your back reminds you of church days. All the fuss and protest against your mother about your Sunday best. You don't miss the frills and laces at all. You do miss singing hymns with her. She had a beautiful voice. I don't remember the last time I prayed. Don't cross my mind very much. Can't say you're missing anything. All the good to do you. Not a believer? I don't want to blaspheme, but God's done a whole lot of jack squat to help me all my life. Don't really feel like praying to someone who doesn't care about me, or anyone like me for that matter. Which is why I wouldn't have pegged you for a devout man. Joseph laughed a bit, almost mocking the idea. No, I don't think anyone could accuse me of that. Not with some of the things I've done.
But I still pray. Only the Lord knows if He's listening, but helps remind me of what's important to me. A lot of the time, I just pray for family, hope they're doing fine. I hope they are too. There was a momentary silence between you, like the subtle shift of coals in a long burning fire, now snuffed by the door rattling open again. You looked behind you, and sure enough, it was Jacob shuffling in. He grabbed a broom and briefly swept some dust he tracked in back outside before closing the door with another rattle. Forgive me for the delay. I hope I haven't kept you two from your business. Don't worry yourself. We're doing just fine here. He leaned into and nudged you playfully. Good, good. So, how may I help you, gentlemen? The word catches you off guard a little, the way it trips off his tongue so easily. No bitterness or mockery. Joseph seems to stall for a moment before a little wry smile returns to his face. He adjusted in his seat to turn to Jacob, who had now taken a seat facing you on another bench. Well, we're just passing through, but I'm curious. You mentioned something about prayer? Ah, well, yes, of course. You must forgive me. I'm clearly far too used to the usuals of the town. His slow drawl of words is comforting, like being told a long-worn story by a grandparent. This is the meeting hall for friends, Quakers, if you will. We're a largely Quaker community here in Clemency. Quakers. Oh, yeah. There's a lot of you folks over in Pennsylvania, and the likes ain't there.
Yes, thank you, Nisi.
Speaking of which, I haven't had a sip in a little while.
Everyone remember yourselves to drink and stretch out those legs, arms, backs, especially the backs. I forget to stretch my back quite often. You're welcome. It's a tiny Texas back. But thank you, Nisi. Thank you for the reminder.
Oh, one of my favorite emotes of all time. I use it so fucking often. It's not even funny. I mean, it is, but it's so much I use it. It's the perfect wheeze. Oh, I love it. Thank you. Streamlabs seems to be taking its sweet time. I'm debating on continuing to use Streamlabs because it works. It works more than Moobot did. Once the tiny text comes in, train of thought. Train of thought? I think that's the phrase. Completely derailed, gone. We have rolled over. We have flipped. We are going off the vibes. Oh, don't apologize. It's not that hard to derail my thoughts, to be honest. But yeah, I'm debating on keeping Streamlabs because it kind of works, but it kind of doesn't. Streamlabs? Yeah. So that is a good reminder as well. Because it does come in. It does pop in every now and then. What was that? That was like half an hour ago almost now. Shit. I'm pretty sure I said it like shorter. Damn, okay, yeah, I gotta work with Streamlabs a little more.
Stop. It's not wrong. Tiny text for tiny kaiju. I can't even speak that high right now. My throat is just that wheezed out.
I can't, and I think I've seen it outside of it, and outside of streaming, and every time I see it, I'm done. I'm done for the day. My voice is completely fucked from wheezing, in a good way. but also just reminds me to use my tiny little. I I I I I just want to use that as an emote now. I just want tiny woo woo emote. Oh, that's so. Ooh, it's just an woo. It's just an woo. I'm so sorry. Oh, I. Pardon me a moment. I need to move my mic because I like actually need to fan myself. I am. I have been laughing too much today, and it is making me incredibly warm. Oh my god. Oh, the tiny oboe. That I think that's my favorite one. It's top tier. Top tier tiny text. Oh, thank you, Nisi. Thank you. Oh, I'm gonna take another sip of water real quick before I go back to reading. I'm gonna move it on from this so I don't forget that I've read that. But also, let's go. Let's get that PA rep from the video game. Woo, question mark. Um, blah blah blah. Train of thought. Reading abilities. Turn on, please. We got this. Whew. Yes, indeed, that's true. In fact, that is where I hail from. But I must admit, it has been a long, long time since I last visited. Sorry, I've gotta say, I'm at sea here. I've never even heard of Quakers. Can't, can't say I'm much more enlightened myself. I don't know nothing about 'em. You both turned to Jacob expectantly. Well, what's the simplest way I can explain our beliefs? He fell into deep thought for a few moments, eyes staring into the middle distance before coming back to life. That's how I think too, man. Just gotta zone out and think for a moment. No other thoughts but this. We believe we believe that there is that of God in everyone, that we all have an inner light that guides us. We don't perform sermons or sing hymns, instead we pray in silence together. There are no guidelines as to what you should do other than to try and connect and listen to the light within yourself. Didn't expect as much religion talk in this game as there is, but you know what? World building. We also very strongly believe in pacifism, what we can and do what we can to promote peace. Denouncing all forms of violence and the degradation of our fellows who walk the earth with us. It's important to respect the light of God within everyone. I don't mean to be mean to anybody who's religious. Just reading this feels very real reading all of this again. Reading all of this. Feels very real reading this. Especially considering where I live. That sounds nice, but, well, things don't often work that way, in my experience. Jacob smiled wisely, like having heard the same sentiment many times before. Yes, there's certainly some that adhere to it more than others in town here, but it's always been an important tenet of our community. Hell yeah, go refill that water bottle. Get that hydration, Gail. Get hydrated. I need to remember that phrase. So, everyone in this town are Quakers? Well, yes and no. Many of us are, but some of us. But this. So, wow. I haven't stuttered like that in a while. I haven't had a fumble that bad for a long time. Many of us are, but some of us more so just adhere to the same principles and ideals of nonviolence and so forth. Quakerism isn't forced, but it bonds this community. Huh. Interesting. What about old Sheriff? What about Sheriff? With the pacifism and whatnot, doesn't seem like it'd be easy. Oh, well, yes, I can see how you might suppose that. Sheriff cares about keeping the peace, but isn't solely responsible for it. We all are. Uh, it's what made this town so easy to keep going. Me and Sheriff see eye to eye on many things. So, you and Sheriff have been here a while then? Did you found the place or something? You'd have believed it by the tortoise's age. He could definitely be as old as this town. No, you flatter me, for I am not quite that pioneering, but I have indeed been here for a long time. If you'd indulge me, I could tell you a little of my story.
Please do.
Jacob nodded, again, drifting off into thought for a moment before coming back with his words. Oh, damn. he's in the fucking Shinji pose. Oh, shit. If he had his hands up. No, I think he had his hands down. Ah, I feel that pose right now, though. As I said, I'm from Pennsylvania. During the height of the gold rush, with so many heading west, many Quakers thought it would be a benefit to follow. I was much younger then, much more eager to get on the trail and spread the ideals of the Friends. Fuck. Although I can't say my love of blabbing has waned much. He gave a charming and hoarse little laugh at his own jibe. The trail was very hard, but I learned much from others in the caravans and towns and the cities on the way. So much laugh and light. I arrived in this here town maybe more chipper than I had left, but it was not to be. His expression softened, drawing into himself, emotion failing to find its way onto his face. How loath to speak ill of my fellow man, but when I arrived, this was a godless place. The miners had little care for each other, be it out of greed or desperation. They were consumed by their need for gold, even those who had had their fill. Oh, the whole town was tense and unpredictable. Arguments, even violence, would erupt whenever something valuable turned up. A new vein, gold in the river. They'd do whatever they had to get what they wanted. The night I arrived, they told me of the so-called savages that used to reside here. Here we go. Very little makes my blood boil, I tell you boys what, but the way the miners talk... Fuck. I know, I know it is periodically correct, but I still hate referring to the native people as Indians. Welcome back, Gail. For all those who are here who did not catch the warning in the beginning, there are several content warnings when it comes to this game, and one of them is referring to talk about what is the actual word that they or the audio just turns off. Racism and settler violence. Those were the words that the game devs used for this. I didn't mean for it to get quiet. I'm gotta click back in for the music, or else it feels too awkward and serious. But if you are uncomfortable with any of those topics, I do not blame you for leaving. Your comfort is much more important than watching a game. But yes, I had anticipated this, and we will probably get into also possibly topics of violence here. So like I said, your comfort is much more important. Please feel the need to leave if you need to. If you want to come back, it probably won't take more than 15 minutes to get to a new topic, hopefully. Um, but it is also very important to talk about these sorts of things and express just how awful they are. Moving on, how happily they told me stories about the ways they drove them out. It's I think a lot more now because of how diverse the United States is. Um, I think it. I don't feel comfortable referring to Native Americans as Indians simply just because I am not. I have no heritage. I am not any part Native. Um, and also, it was, especially in school, anytime we got to topics regarding early US eras, my best friend, who is Indian, oh shit, a blip. Come on, Backstream. We got this. We can do it. Um, Fingers crossed it's back. Oh, thank God. I think it's just the heat. I think the heat is fucking with everything. That's just my thoughts about it. Um, but my best friend who was Indian would always call them out on it because she'd be like, "There is a difference, please." Because also, when you refer to people, especially in the present, and you're not like reading out things that was written back during those eras and those times, it can get confusing. For just from an outside point, and it's I don't I can't I don't feel comfortable personally saying it just because, like I said, I am not any part native, so it is not my place. Um, but yeah, I it is always hard reading games like these. Even as a queer person, seeing words that are brought up that I'm like, it does make sense, time period wise and everything, but it doesn't make it any more comfortable. But it is also, like I said, important to address things like this. Oh wow, thanks Streamlabs coming in like 40 minutes later. But yeah, it is incredibly important to talk about the violence done to the natives back in early American times, um, and how it is still very, very prevalent in modern day. Um, so yeah, it is difficult to discuss, and like I said, for those who are in a position where maybe they are not mentally well enough to hear topics like this and just need a breather from the harsh realities of real life, can't blame you. Please take all the time you need to step out. Um, but it is still important to discuss these things just because of how relevant and prevalent an issue it is still today, which is disgusting to even think about all these issues still being problems in modern days. Real world. I hate it. I hate it. Can't we all just fucking live in peace? One day. One day, I hope. But yeah, even little things, just as like different foods, will heavily be criticized, even by children, and make fun of people for it. And it's like, oh my god, it is a food from a different group of people. No excuse in shaming people for stuff like that. And then when people grow up, it's not the word appropriation, but I can't think of what the actual word is. But just all of a sudden, oh wow, it's incredible, it's this and that. It's like, come on. It's good that you grow up and you learn, okay, the food isn't isn't what you thought it was as a child. Doesn't excuse the shaming, but you grow up and you learn from it and you're like, okay, you can appreciate the food of other cultures. But just I can't think of the actual fucking term for it, and there is a word. Um, it's not appropriation, but it's the looking at food from other cultures as an adult and just kind of being like, oh, it's so exotic and different. It's like, it's fucking food. It's food. Stop with that. For some people, it is very common food to eat. Don't make it seem like uh, a big thing, unless it is very important in their culture. Then hell yeah, hype the fuck out of that shit. But be polite when trying new foods from different cultures. Be respectful. Don't be a dick about it. This is just me going off on rants. I apologize. Same, Gil. Same. As I like to joke, just a full restart. Where's the restart button? All the way. Restart. Do things better the second time. Apologies for the little rant. It's just my deep feelings about not deep, my feelings about things, and just the want for people to be kinder in this world and respectful, which you'd think wouldn't be so hard, but here we are. Unspeakable things I dare not and would not repeat to anyone. I tried explaining the Friends way how even the quote-unquote savages, as they called them, had the light of God in them. How we were equally important in the presence of God's light. That the people we share this earth with were not our enemy. They had no care for my explanations. They had no care for the lives or needs of others than themselves. Made me wonder how Quakers past had convinced people of the evils of slavery, of importance of peace, building bonds instead of destroying one another. I lost hope. I thought maybe things had changed so much. Perhaps this was the people's limit. Tolerance of those who could get in their way was no longer an option. Or perhaps I was just a failure, unable to convince a single soul of giving a damn. It shouldn't take religion to be a good person and respectful of others, but that's just my little opinion. The old tortoise looked forlorn, brow furrowed, like he was reliving those memories, moments so vividly that these were the same faces he wore. Then along came Sheriff. Oh, Sheriff. I was a little worried when Sheriff was first assigned to the town, that I'd just have another person to fight with, someone with authority on the side of the miners. Heck yeah, go get that stretch, go maybe hydrate. Go at least stretch if everybody gets up and says BRB. Please stretch. Very important. Instead I found a kindred spirit, someone who actually listened to me and agreed with me on many things. Very quickly we became firm friends. Heck yeah, go hydrate. Get hydrated. Eventually, Sheriff got sick of the miners, decided enough was enough and shut down the town, forced the miners to move somewhere else. The entire time he'd been talking about Sheriff, his face was lively and lit up, his hands moving with his words. It was a lot like how your pastor used to give sermons. Surely there was a resistance to a whole mining town being packed up like that. Of course, Sheriff did what was right. That's the way Sheriff's soul is set. I'd felt buried by the weight of the town's hate, but their convictions like stone walls I could not scale. I'll be grateful to God until the day I die that Sheriff came here. I was given so much hope when I'd lost it all. And you've been here ever since? Jacob chuckled. Yes, we have. Only a handful of us stayed after the miners left, and it was hard to know whether this town would still stand. But we felt sure we could find more people who cared, as long as we worked together. More people like us. His words hung in the air, settling around you and Joseph as Jacob settled his gaze on you both. So those mines are still around? A lot of mining towns died down because of the gold drying up, but if the miners just left, I guess there's still some here. Well, yes, I suppose. Can't say I've thought much about it in recent years. We don't encourage those looking for gold. I'm sure you understand. It's nothing but trouble. His warm gaze turned somewhat steely. You weren't sure how long it might go on for if Joseph didn't pipe up. Of course, Jacob. We're just a curious bunch. Thank you for talking with a stranger so long. His stern eyes disappeared in an instant, and he humbly waved away Joseph's thanks. No, no.
Watch it good.
Okay. Tiny text ooh emote and tiny text these nuts. Hear me out. Hear me out. I'm doing that tonight after stream. I'm gonna make a tiny text these nuts emote. A tiny text ooh woo. My two moods. Ooh woo and these nuts. Oh, fuck. I love tiny text. Also, apologies if my model freaks out every now and then. It's just me touching my face. Just me putting my hands on my face. VC face doesn't like that. Oh, definitely. Definitely has to be visible. I will be doing a lot of tests for that just because I want it to work so bad. So I gotta use that emote emote testing website. I can't remember it's not like a demo, but it's something similar to that. But I want it to work because just having that on the ready, at any point you make a these nuts joke, perfect. Also, then you can quickly put it in the chat and quickly catch me on a these nuts joke. I don't have to, it's just immediate. And then I will be upset that I made the emote, but I will also be overjoyed. Because I am a simple bat. I enjoy life's simple pleasures. Definitely hard. But I am a stubborn bat. I will make it work. I will do whatever it takes to make sure it works. Because I think it should just exist. At least here on this channel, I think it should exist. I need a drink of water, actually. My throat's getting dry again. I'm also very glad that I did not stream last night because I had a really bad allergy attack. I just had tissues in my nose all night. I was sneezing so much. Oh, it was bad. My nose was so stuffed at one point that it sounded like somebody was pinching my nose for a while. It was really bad. I love allergies. Love them. Incredible. Totally recommend them to everybody. I'm definitely not being sarcastic at all. Totally think everybody should experience allergies. To be honest, it is kind of silly hearing me talk with my nose stuffed. I feel like it just gives me nerd voice. Or at least my own personal nerd voice. What is that emote? That's so cute. Lie. I'm not a liar. Totally not lying. Totally not. No lying here. But yeah, it just sounds silly when I get my nose stuffed. But it's also like really obvious when my nose is incredibly congested. I can't hide it. No, pleasure's all mine. It's been good to talk to new ears. Oh, my tongue is too numb for this, for all those teas. If you'll excuse me now, I must get this place tidied up before today's meeting. Quaker meeting? Yes, indeed. We're both welcome to join us if you'd like. Thank you, Jacob, but I'm thinking we'll be off anyhow. Oh, you all stand, stretching and shaking off the stiffness from wings and tails and legs. Okay, but having all those thigh emotes? Hell yeah. You got an arsenal right there. You got weapons of mass destruction. I love it. It's thigh emotes, man. No, not in this outfit. No thigh emotes from this outfit. I wear a big skirt. There are no thighs to be seen. Oh god. Okay. I thought there was gonna be like 4 or 5 more hiccups. I got scared. But yeah, I mean, it's not a problem to have all those thigh emotes though. Go well and keep the lat close to you. You both nod and leave through the same rattling doors before, catching one last glance at Jacob starting his chores before you close it. Joseph stands with you for a moment in the porch of the meeting hall, looking off into the town. What you thinking? Well, we know that these folks ain't gonna put up much of a fight. Maybe some of them, but... And there's definitely gold here. Somewhere. Joseph had no real emotions playing across his face, but he was standing much more still than you had seen him before. Like he was trying not to breathe. Come on, we got more people to talk to. He exhaled sharply, the feathers on his beak next to his nose holes fluttering. Yeah. You walked past the houses and people like before, but didn't feel like waving back.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
What time is it? I think I have a little more water near me. I think in like half an hour I'm gonna get up, do a little stretch, and actually grab myself more water. And especially now with all the reading, gotta be even more hydrated than usual. Where to? Oh my god. Pardon me a moment. I just need to observe. This is just for research purposes. Nothing else. Oh. I. Gail. Gail, you have blessed this chat once more. That last one. The last one has a very cute little tail. That's all. That's all I am looking at. Totally. Happy Pride Month, everyone. I'm sorry. I just laughed at my own thing. I'm sorry. That was. I'm sorry. Oh, hell no. Those would not get through at all. However. Oh. Once I have emotes, once I can do my own emotes through the thing, it's over for everyone. It's over. Emote commissioning. Special emotes like that. Oh, it's over. I hope to become powerful that way. Oh, that last one. Totally not a personal favorite. The last two. The little tail and the, oh no. Atlas, buddy. Oh. Okay. Atlas is Atlas is checking me. And Atlas is not very happy. Atlas is telling me to stay focused. We must not lose focus. But damn. Yeah. That makes sense. I don't know how some of those emotes how they're still up there, but you know what? I'm totally not gonna do research later. No, 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 no. It's just uh checking for a friend. Yeah, yeah, that's what it is. Let's check out the saloon. Yeah, let's check out the saloon. I reckon if anyone knows anything about these rumors, it'll be in there. Alrighty then. Oh, I love alrighty. Oh, I love that one. Another personal favorite. Walking through the doors of the saloon, you're hit with the very familiar smell of tobacco and alcohol hanging in the air. A couple patrons drink and talk quietly in the corner, not taking any notice of you two. You see a dozen or so tables, and looking up, there's a second floor with the room Sheriff mentioned. Howdy there. Your attention is grabbed by an excitable and friendly voice coming from a short bird standing behind the bar, who is now grabbing a couple glasses. My name's Bartholomew. What can I get you fellas? He started wiping the glasses expectantly, glancing between you both as you walked a few steps from the doors to stand at the bar. I'll get a beer. All right, and you? I'll have what he's having. Yep, coming right up. I love that name, Bartholomew. It's so good. I, I don't care how overused it is. It's such a good name. Love to see the Bartholomew here in the Wild West. He sets the mugs down and disappeared through a door behind the bar into a back room. I don't have any money on me, Joseph. Don't worry about that. It's on me. He pat you on the back with a big wing a couple times, but withdrew his hands when he saw you wince a little. Oh, sorry. Was that too hard? No, you're fine. It is a little bit goofy, but that's what makes it even better. Some of the best names are a little goofy. You hadn't winced from pain. You just weren't used to someone touching you. Like that, at least. Friendly-like. Bartholomew reappeared with 2 glass bottles, tipping them into the mugs with satisfying glugs before taking a couple coins from Joseph. Thank you kindly. You both take a sip. Joseph seems to enjoy it, but you find it a bit more bitter. Try not to pull a face. Not like it? You smile weakly. Not my thing. Noted. He winks at you and you feel your cheeks redden a little. Ooh! You both keep drinking while the bartender busies himself behind the bar. The saloon is quiet. A piano sits gathering dust in the corner, seemingly untouched for many moons. Wind whistles through a gap in the saloon doors, carrying the sound of desert insects. Hello, Hybrid Alex. Welcome to the stream. Hope you are doing well, staying hydrated, stretching. Also, I am not cute. I am fearsome. I am a threat to humanity. I am to be feared at all times. Slow day, huh? You look up from your drink and see he's looking at the bartender, who doesn't seem to have taken any notice. He glances at you both and realizes rather sheepishly he was being talked to. Oh, beg your pardon, slow day? No, this is about the usual. Gets a lot more lively in the evenings when the sun goes down. Everyone comes here to take a load off. Oh god, I want him to speak fast because he's excitable, but I can't speak that fast. It's hard. So, you know everyone here pretty well then? Just gonna let it flow for a second. Well, of course, not exactly a big town, a pretty tight-knit lot here. Why's that? This is a mining town, right? These places usually explode with people. Oh, well, I can't say I know much. He looks oddly unsettled by your question. How long you lived here for? He perks up again from whatever you said that troubled him, brightness returning to his voice. Oh, well, I'd say somewhere close to 8 years. That's a darn long time. Yeah, I suppose it is. What made you stay? Never mind staying. How'd you even find this place? I never even heard of it till we stumbled past. Bartholomew's cheery smile dropped a little, morphing into something more wistful, like the face of someone looking at an old, now bittersweet photograph. You boys ask a lot of questions, don't you? You and Joseph look at each other for a moment, expecting the other to say something, but nothing comes out. I don't mind. I have to give it a fair shake. This town ain't the most exciting. It's nice to talk to someone. It's nice to talk to some new ears that ain't tired of my squawking already. He gives a little half-hearted chuckle. Oh. Well, I found this place because I heard about it there being gold. Like a lot of folks, I was fixing to get my fill. You and Joseph both lean in a little at the mention of gold. My fiance was running away from home, and I was going with him. I thought we'd go out west and make our fortune. Looking back on it, I get why so many called us foolish. I might have been one of them if it were the other way around. We had a heart set on it. Followed the road by wagon, and it was damn tough. Hellish, even. Thank our lucky stars we made it here to clemency on a wing and a prayer. That was when we really felt like we were foolish. When we got here talking about gold, we almost ran out of town. I don't know the details. There was a lot of trouble near here when the miners ran this place. No one's been digging for decades now, but word hadn't traveled far enough, it seems, to let us know at the time. First sheriff told us to leave. Didn't want no more of our kind causing trouble. But when sheriff saw how stuck we were, how we had nowhere else to go, how rough the journey had been on us, sheriff's nothing of kind, if not kind. Could see we weren't troublemakers, just wanted a better life somewhere. He shrugged like there was nothing more to it. Town's help we gussied up here in the saloon is something else I could run. The rest is history. Glad y'all found something here. Yeah, I can say that for sure. Clemency may be small, but it's something real special if you ask me. So, there's no gold here? Bartholomew leaned back against the shelves behind him, crossing his arms. As far as I know, mine's around here somewhere, but I never seen 'em. Hasn't been a mine in town for a long time, and folks don't think of it as one. You'd do well to keep that in mind. He tapped the side of his beak as if to say, if you catch my drift. Even so, I will be interested in the history of this town. Afraid that well runs dry here. There's others who have been here far longer than I have. You can always talk to Sheriff if you haven't yet. Sheriff made this place into what it is today. Want to know something? That's the lizard to That's the lizard to talk to. I can't say that word. Thank you, Bartholomew. No problem. It's my pleasure. Bartholomew stood up from his lean and stretched his back and arms a little. Speaking of stretch, I gotta stretch my back. Slinging his cloth over his shoulder, he picked up a small clinking and rattling box before walking into the back room. Daylight's burning. I think we best get going. Agreed. He stood at the bar and waited a moment while Joseph downed his beer, and then yours too. Hope you can hold that. Oh, please. How little you think of me. Only a couple beers. You should have seen me at the Long Branch and Dodge. Drank the entire gang under the table. Can't help but smile at his cockiness, unsure whether to believe him. You briefly think back on the times the gang had gone to bars. You were always told to stay outside, don't wander off. Dog on a leash, waiting for master to come back. Staring into lamplit streets and hearing the braying crowds all around you, drunken strangers enjoying each other's company as much as their liquor. At first, they told you it was dangerous for you to stray too far. Then they started telling you to stay outside after you'd beaten the teeth out of a guy in an alley who you knew had been staring at you. Couldn't have you causing them needless trouble. Off so soon? Bartholomew re-emerged into the bar, looking expectantly. Well, don't be a stranger, strangers. You're welcome to the bar later when the bar's more lively. My husband would love to meet you both. The casual lilt of his words caught you off guard, and you think you see Joseph stumble a little. Failing to get any words out, he just tips his hat, and you both leave the saloon, stepping back into the dust and dry desert heat. Hell yeah, Bartholomew! And husband.
Fuck yeah.
Dry desert air is warm in your lungs. Blazing afternoon sun bakes the ground beneath you as you walk near the edge of town again. Your throat feels tight, feet sore. There's a gentle pound of blood in your head accompanied by a familiar piercing ache. Everything seems hazier than it usually is. Thoughts are swimming. You're fine. Just keep walking. You almost bump into Joseph as he stops short, looking around again, searching for anything you might have missed. You look as well, but the sun seems too bright somehow. You look down at your feet to shield your eyes. Are we drunk? After like one sip? Oh, poor thing. Staring at the tiny dunes of your footprints in the dust. Alright, so where to now? I think there's only one place of interest left. You heard what he said, but it didn't quite stick with you. Yeah, sure. Should we get going there then? Again, hearing, but nothing says. Your thoughts feel like just caught fish wriggling from your hand. Uh, Alright then, let's go. Yeah, let's keep moving. Joseph starts walking away and you follow. You try to follow. Your feet move, but they don't land where you want, and you stumble a little. Joseph looks around at you and you stand there, staring at your feet again. Hey, what's the matter, partner? I feel a little dizzy. Doing all right? Didn't say anything. He places his hands on your shoulders and you twist to face him, looking down into your face. Yeah, you're looking a little sick there. Let's go sit down a spell. He started walking with a hand on your shoulder, guiding you over to a ledge with a shallow drop you could both sit on and hang your legs over. I love that. The subtle little ups and downs. Adds just that little effect. That little oomph. You felt better sitting down, more stable. You hear the rustle of Joseph unclipping something from the back of his belt, seeing him pull a round canteen between the two of you. When's the last time you had a real drink? You must be mighty thirsty if you're feeling that dizzy. Of course, how could you have forgotten? You've been riding and walking all day, but hadn't had a drop of anything since you set out. The awkward. Oops. Although you weren't sure what Joseph had brought with him. What's the look for? Think I got liquor in here? He chuckled a little and unscrewed the cap, letting you smell it a moment before taking a long gulp. Just water, see? Get it down before you collapse on me or something. You sheepishly took the canteen from him and gave it a little wave in his direction as a cheers. You tilt it to your dry mouth and take deep gulps for a few seconds, licking water drops hanging on the edge of your lips after. A bit warm for Malacan. Can't beat cold water from a clean stream, but better than drying out like your mama's washing. Yeah. You take another swig before handing it back to him. Thank you. Don't worry about it. Just pep up next time. Almost hit the dirt just because you didn't say anything. Sorry, it was just... We have a job here. Didn't feel like I could waste time. Pshaw. Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. That doesn't say pshaw. That says pshkaw. The writing. I need to give it a little clap. That is so cute. I love that. Can't even make time to sit down and drink? Unlike most I met. Who put a snake in your boots anyway? Gotta slow down a little. Maybe. I mean, what do you do to relax when you're off the job? Relax? Yeah, relax, unwind, take a load off. I know what you mean. The question caught you off guard a little. You weren't sure how to answer. You'd never given it much thought. What do you do to relax? The gang is always busy with something. Traveling, hiding out, making trouble. Not a lot of time to not do anything. I guess I play cards sometimes. Mostly just solitaire. Respectable. You win much? Nope. That's... Yeah, I feel that. I'm so bad at solitaire. I win like maybe once in a blue moon. I lose more times than I win, and I could probably count how many times I've won on two hands max. So I feel that deeply. Ain't about winning anyway, just helps pass time. Yeah, I know what you mean. Me and the boys usually play some rounds of cards, sometimes betting. Although some of them are real sore losers. Sometimes it's just easier to let them win to avoid the issue. I beat one of them at poker 5 times in a row, and I swear, rest of the week he was giving me the eyes. Found my hat full of knife holes one morning too, but I think that was just to scare me. At least I hope it was. He gave out a loud guffaw, the real and unrestrained kind that made you doubt a second if the canteen really was just water. He had a nice laugh, you thought. Someone actually enjoying themselves. Maybe it was just nice to hear a laugh that wasn't done at you. You a gambling man? A flutter in your chest, at the end of the ribs. Not really. Never had much to gamble in the first place. Always seemed like a waste. I know, like... And it's such a small hat, too. Why would you... Don't... Don't stab a man's hat. That, I feel like, should be a rule. If you're gonna stab anything, just don't stab a good hat. It's a waste of a hat, a waste of your time and energy. Take it out on a cactus or something. Anything, the sand. Probably feel a lot more productive, too. But a hat? A good hat? Nah. Come on, do better. Do better at stabbing. I can respect that restraint. Don't always have to be about money, mind you. When I was younger, me and Papa used to, He stopped for a moment, thinking and scratching his neck, his train of thought slowed by some forgotten memory. We used to play cards after dinner, and a lot of days when I came home, I'd bring pebbles from the river. That's true, it would dull the knife really fast with the sand. Might as well just punch the sand at that point. Also, punching sand, pretty satisfying IMO, in my opinion. But then again, but think about it. If you get angry at a cactus and you're really good with a knife, you can avoid the spikes, take your anger out on something, and then have a nice drink. Kind of relax afterwards. So long as you're good with a knife and you don't lose to the cactus. Because like you said, they can defend themselves. But these are the cactus, you get a refreshing drink afterwards. As long as you don't stab all the water out of it. And you pick a good cactus. I always liked how smooth and pretty they looked. All sorts of colors and shapes, all of them different. Kept them on the mantelpiece, and when we played cards, we'd bet with them. He always won, but it was too much fun for me to ever be mad. I think he did let me win, though, when I was betting big and was going to lose one of the rocks I really liked. He always knew which ones were my favorite. Never wanted to see me cry. Can't think of any other reason he would have lost to me. Wait, what? Have I been lied to my whole life? Aw, man. Okay, this is also good to know. Heavens forbid I ever get lost in the desert. Hold on. Is this true? Cactus juice. Oh, fuck, my nose is itchy. Oh. This is very enlightening for me. If I'm looking down, it's because I'm looking at my phone as well, trying to look this up. Because Jesus Christ, oh God. You know? Good point. That makes a lot of sense and definitely would kill you pretty fast if you're stuck out in the desert and that's your only thing. But also, cactus fruit.
Yummy.
Yeah, exactly. Dry out faster. Oh, now I know to be careful. I'm just gonna eat the cactus fruit. Very important life lesson today. Thank you, Gail. eh, I think it might be worth it. Plus, there is. What is it? Is, am I thinking of a different fruit now? A prickly pear. Okay, it does come from a cactus. Phone? I am so bad at spelling. Prickly pear cactus. Okay, it does come from a cactus. Prickly pear is what I was thinking of with fruit. Because the farmer's market I live near sometimes has a lot of like fruit from other places. And we get prickly pear sometimes at the store. I haven't tried it yet. Don't know why. I think I just keep forgetting to get it and try it. But at least I know the fruit is safe. Cactus liquid not. Big life lessons. I don't intend to ever get lost in the desert, nor do I think I would. But good to know. That makes sense. Well, even more reason to have a big potluck with the streamers and chat. Streamers and chat. I can't enunciate today. My tongue is too numb for that. And then we also bring prickly pear. Because I think it's worth a shot to try because I've heard a lot of good things about it. Oh, maybe make like a prickly pear pie if that's possible. There's a lot of peas. But yeah, I mean, that's why we gotta have the whole big potluck get together food buffet thing. I think, yeah. Streamlabs, rude. Important but rude. But yeah, that's why we gotta have a big thing. And then we can all try different types of foods. And different fruits and stuff. Yeah. And that's just me dreaming. Don't mind me. Pardon me. I suppose I'll thank him for teaching me. You weren't sure what to say, so you just gave him a soft smile. Family could be so complicated. You didn't want to say the wrong thing. Oh, you know what? He dug into a pocket and produced a tattered-looking packet in his hand that you recognized to be playing cards. How about some... French brain versus American English brain versus Southern attempt struggling brain, desperately trying to figure out how that would be pronounced. Oh, that... Why you gotta throw me for a loop like this? Look out. Oh damn, game getting intense over there. It's always tough playing friends in games. Things get too real sometimes. How the hell? Vantana? Vantana. Oh, ugh. I don't like saying that. You played that before? I'm just gonna skip over it. 3 conflicting brains trying to say that, not working. And we can bet with the... He twisted around himself, looking for anything you could use as a stand-in betting chips. Use as stand-in betting chips. You saw his eyes settle on a pile of rocks for a moment, but instead noticed a stray feather, barely holding onto the back of his hand. He plucked it and placed it between you both, twisting how he sat to face you better. We can bet on this feather. We'll do a first to 5, and if you win, you get it if you win. I keep it if I win. You swiveled around yourself to sit cross-legged and face him. Didn't know you were so desperate to gamble you'd use your own body. Hardy har. Just thought it'd be more interesting than rocks. Oh, well, I thought you were a rock lover, Mr. Rock Collector. Take them on the open road, your own little rock circus. A regular Barnum. Joseph couldn't help but smile, even through his fake pouting at your teasing. I don't know if J.H. Barnum has quite the same ring to it, frankly. J.H.? Yeah, as in Joseph Harrier, my initials. Oh, of course. So, do you know how to play? No, I don't. Nope. Alright, rules are simple. I'm the dealer. I deal you 2 cards face up, then deal myself 1 face up and 1 face down. Oh, it's, what? I can't remember what it's called in modern day. Yeah. Idea is to get as high a number from your cards as you can without going over 21. If you go over 21, yes, blackjack. Thank you. I don't know card games that well. They all just kind of blur together. Thank you, Gail. But yeah, I was like, why is it called this? Why is it called, essentially, 21? Somebody has been washed free from sin. Somebody is free to sin once more. Welcome back, Infamous. I hope your shower was lovely. It is. Oh, what time is it? Maybe I'll take a late night shower. Hell yeah, sin in time. I mean, we never said what kind of sins, though, Gail. Sinning is not just that of a lewd nature. Sinning can be anything. Like fucking people up in games. Like in, fucking Street Fighter. Just absolutely destroying them. Oh shit. Oh fuck, he's committing a big sin right there. He's gonna drink a soda close to bed. Fuck. He's too powerful. Even with all my evilness, I don't think I could sin like that. I can't even drink a soda. The carbonation hurts my mouth. Because I am but a weak bat. A weak baby bat. Devil the devil fears Infamous and all the sins he can commit. What was I just thinking of? Jesus. Gail, what is this emote? It always, all conversations lead back to Leander. Which is valid. Totally valid. But, shit, how can I sin? I don't have any cereal at the moment. Shit. I'll have a glass of milk later, and I'll put ice in it. Just you watch me. I'm gonna be as evil as hell. Okay, look, I'm not. Look, Nah, man, only wearing 1 sock is pretty bad. I can't do that shit. I feel unbalanced. Gail! Gail, why? It's so many subs. It's so many subs. Damn, Gail. Oh. But also, I feel a strong temptation. I feel strong temptation. Yeah, I'm forcing myself to limit how many Uh, I completely forgot the word. How many? Uh, uh, I, I'm so sorry. I just went quiet because I just felt my brain stop. I don't know how. I have not had like a full shutdown like that for a while. Um, but I'm trying to stay within like 4 to 6 that I try to stay sub to. Um, yeah, that my brain just went. So just because I I don't want to I don't want to spend too much, but I also want to uh, support everybody, and yeah, but I need to be reserved and hold back. I must, or else I would go crazy. Um, but yeah, I have not yet hit affiliate requirements like Gail said. I just need 7 more followers, but we are getting close. Which uh, yes, 7 is quite the number to try and pull in, but at the same time, we are 7 away. We are getting that much closer. And then, and then, I don't know what'll happen. No, I do know what'll happen. I have to play Subnautica. A mere 7 worms. No, don't bring it back to that. I was just trying to come up with something. Uh, I don't. Look, if I ever have a glass of milk, especially now with the summer coming in, I do use ice. However, it's reusable ice. I will commit a sin, but I won't commit to the full sin. Just because if I have something sweet, like chocolate, I need to have milk. Washing it down with water it just feels awful. However, it gets hot. I know, but it gets like really hot in at my place. And and I need it to stay cold. Uh, and plus if Atlas is on, it does heat up the room a lot more. So I can't risk that shit. Plus I drink things very slowly. So regardless of the glass size, that milk will take forever for me to get through. The AC is a bit on the fritz right now. I do have a tiny little AC unit that I have coincidentally right under Atlas, but I can't use it while I'm streaming because it's incredibly loud. um, but it's anytime we have the chance to maybe fix the AC, something else stops working. So it's been a fun year. Yeah, the loud AC. I'm not, what's the word? It's not hopeful. I'm hopeful that this year will be a lot better because last year was awful. Um, However, I have been discovering tactics to help keep me cool. And if I need to, I can like work from elsewhere because I am very lucky in the fact that I get to work from home. So I can like go to the local library or something to stay cool or whatever because I don't have cafes around me or even like general decent places to sit and work. But this year should be, at least with the things that I have at my disposal, between the tiny little AC I've got that can just blow straight onto me, my acrylic nails, which have actually helped my body look a lot better than last year. Hidden real life Ronnie lore. I have pretty bad psoriasis that either acts up when I'm incredibly stressed, or, as I've learned recently, if it gets really fucking hot. It was so bad to the point that there was not a visible spot on my body. There was not a spot on my body that did not have it. on my face, my neck, back down to my feet. I think I had a spot on my foot. Um, like on the underside, it was all over. It was really bad. Surprisingly, the one thing that has helped has had acrylic nails. It is wishful thinking, but I do have to implore those things just because if the heat is really bad this year, I have to like I'm probably gonna have to take like a couple showers a day just to stay cool. Yeah, I'm not surprised just because every year it just keeps getting hotter. Um, I the we have like a heavier thing over the windows, so it should help keep hot air out more. And they're all like light colored. They're not like blackout shades. Um, Ventilation to at least keep the air circulating. Um, Little ACs to help cool things down. And plus, they don't get too hot, so that's very helpful. Um, but and I have handheld fans, like the big fans that make a lot of noise when you open them up. That really help out a lot. But it will be a summer. Um, but I do have tactics lined up to help keep cool. But if at any point we have I have a shorter stream or anything like that, it's most likely just going to be because I'm overheating that day. Yes, we are close to summer, Ronnie. It surprisingly it hit me I think yesterday when I was thinking about streaming because I was having that big debate of should I or should I not, and were it not for Agramira bringing up the fact that their room was getting really hot and their computer was getting hot, I was like, oh shit. Actually, no, that's a good point. I should not stream. Were it not for them bringing that up, I probably would have streamed and then had like an awful night because it was really hot. Plus, other areas of my place, of my living space, are much cooler, so I have that to help out. Um, but there are tactics. But we are getting close to summer, Ronnie. It hit me yesterday that summer outfits debut and shit and karaoke stream are like 2 weeks away. That fucked me up. I was like, it has not been that long. It has not been that long, but it has. It has been that long since I announced it. Um, so many things in the works. I'm going to say this because I have to like get up real quick and go get more water. Um, Real quick before I forget. Okay, just stop the music. That's fine. Love it when that happens and I click off a game. But 2 weeks from now, not only will be there be new outfits, I am working on summer overlays, a summer starting up thing, summer outfits, karaoke stream that night. I've got a lot in the works just because I have had a lot of energy when it comes to drawing. Heck yeah. I'm definitely going to stretch in a second. While I do this, I'm going to pull onto chatting for a second. Because I have a picture I want to put up while I'm stepping away. Because I'm going to go get more liquid, more water, and struggle to type. But thank you, Nisi. Shrivel and parched. The two states of human. You are either stretched and hydrated, or you will be shriveled and parched. And you know what? I live on the edge sometimes. I won't live as close to the edge as I have gotten, because I've gotten pretty dehydrated before. But sometimes you gotta remind yourself. What is that? What is that? It's not, no, please, not again. But no, it's only when I wake up. It's only when I wake up in the morning that I am shriveled and parched. I promise. It doesn't matter how much I hydrate the night before. I wake up and I'm done for. I am like a fish out of water and in the sun. Or that fucking thing from the original like SpongeBob movie where they're just laying down on the, what is it called? The little board, and they're all like shriveling up. They're drying out. But yeah, that's how I wake up in the morning. The baby letter's returning. I'm a goofy goofer, yeah. But yeah, I really need to get up and get more water because my water supply has run out. So I will be back. I am where? Oh, there it is. I'm going to put up a new picture of baby grandma while I step away. Everybody, also be sure to do the same thing. Get up, stretch, hydrate. If you have not already, please eat. And I will see you in a few moments. I gotta put on music too, or else it's gonna be like really awkwardly quiet. Big Brain Ronnie's your own. I need to fix up my wire situation after stream really badly. I totally did not get up and trip. Totally not. And open like 5 different programs apparently. Jesus. How did I open up Microsoft Excel? How the hell? What all did I fucking open? Oh my god, I opened up 2D model, the video tube. I think that's what it's called. I opened up Spotify, my model editor, After Effects, OneNote, Microsoft Excel. I don't know how the fuck I managed to do that because all I did was knock over my keyboard. There's no fucking way that opened up Excel. Oh, that's so. I love it. I love that for myself. Oh, wow. That's impressive, to be honest. Oh, apparently I'm not allowed to scroll things now. It's one of those days. Oof. Can I at least close the music player? Thank you. I don't need that open. I also apparently opened up my file explorer. Don't know how I managed to do any of that with just the keyboard knocking over. It's fine. We're all okay here. I did not hurt myself. It was just more of a oops. Damn. I definitely just have to fix all of that later. Yeah, okay, everything looks like it's still working. But back to the game, now that I have hydration. And almost choking on said hydration. Wow! No brain cells. If you go over 21, it's a bust. The same goes for me, but you need to get a higher number than me to win. A draw is called a push. Speaking of which, I should save this. Please don't clear the saves. You can get another card. You can hit to get another card or stand to stick with what you have. You can hit as many times as you like as long as you're under 21. After you stand, I flip over my face down card and have to hit as long as it's under 17. If I go bust or my number is lower than yours, you win. If you get 21 exactly, then you don't hit or stand, and I can get a push in that case if I also get 21. And I can push, and I can get a push in that case. Okay. That did not register for a moment. Cards are worth what the number says. Face cards like King, Queen, Jack, or 10. Oh yeah, I definitely know that all too well. I totally did not take a big sip once and pass out for like 10 seconds because it was too large a gulp. Not to mention water poisoning is very possible. Stay safe out there, but stay hydrated. Where things can get a little confounding is that the ace is worth either 1 or 11. Ace is worth 11 in a hand unless it would be a bust, in which case it's just a 1. Ace can still be an 11 if it would let you win. It gets a little muddled during games sometimes, but I ain't trying to cheat you, so don't worry about it too much. I'm trying to untie this thing. Right, let's play. Like I said, first to 5 wins. Yeah, water is a... You either get along with it really well, or the relationship between one and water is tense. Whether it be too many bad experiences with water, or this or that. Drowning, yeah. I just think about water poisoning too much just because of my history with water. Oh, no, don't make me play. Shit. I should have really paid attention to statistics in high school. Maybe I would have had a better chance at counting cards. But then again, this is also a video game, so I don't think I can count cards in this one. Dealer's got a 6. I will hit. I'm a gambling bat. Fuck. Come on. Damn it. Okay. I have a 12. If I get anywhere from an ace to a 10, anywhere from an ace to a 9, I'm safe, but there's still also, oh. I'm sorry, my little AC unit just lit up that it's charged. It scared the crap out of me. It just suddenly turned green. Oh god, yeah, as lovely as water is, it can be like so messy too. Just having to clean up after it's spilling everywhere. And it's like, on one hand, yeah, it's just water, but on the other hand, water everywhere. Dangerous. Spilling, slipping, mold. Water is too powerful a bitch. And I feel that with the swimming thing. I don't swim often. I just sink a lot. I feel that deeply. I'm gonna quick hit and hopefully... Motherfucker. How unlucky am I? God, this is why I don't gamble. I'm just being thrown a bone now. They're like, we see you struggling, Ronnie. Don't worry. 17. Oh, wow. How lucky. I'm not betting anything. I'm just gonna stand. Okay. 2 to 2. We got this. 2 of spades and a king of clubs. It's 12. I'm gonna hit and hope I don't get a 10 or higher. A 10 or any of the face cards. Please. Please, not again. God fucking damn it. My odds. Come on. There's so many other cards I could have drawn. 14. 21 is a 7 or lower. 14 is not that high. This is me doing math in my head. 14 is not that high. And a 9, anything over a 5 will win. But my luck has been incredibly low. And the only cards that would go under a 14 would be a fucking, what, a 4 and lower, which is not that many cards. I will take the chance, and I swear to God, I just need anything under a 7. There are so many cards. How? This game is fucking rigged. This game is rigged. 3. Fuck this game. Hit me. Why? No, I refuse. I refuse. It's not rigged. I thought if I go back I would be able to redo it, but it is random. Fuck. How am I that unlucky? How am I that unlucky? 3 10s. 4 10s, actually. I'm sorry. Fuck this. Hit me. I'm not moving. No. Motherfucker. He's rigged this. There's no way there's all these face cards in a 10. Fuck this. 15. He's already got a 10 hit me. Oh, God. I fucking hate this. This is awful. Oh, anything. I have 16. He needs a 6 or under. No, he needs 6 or over. But I need 5 or under. I'm just gonna wait. Yeah! Finally! Are you fucking kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me? And this is why I don't go gambling. Hit me. Thank you. 5 or under. That's really low odds. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. King, Jack. No. Gonna stand. Of fucking course. Yes! Taste the unluckiness, bitch. You get that face card. Fuck you. I completely forgot that part. Thank you, Gail. Thank you for reminding me. Still feels rigged, though. Still feels rigged. 16, 5. I'm not taking the chance. It's a 17. Really? 15. 6 or lower. It's a 50-50 split. You know what? I don't know what the hit. I stand. 15. Come on. Joseph? I am not getting. No, no. I stand. There's no way he's not pulling cards out of his feathers. Get that face card, bitch. Ace of clubs and 7. That's 18. I am not. I'm going to stand. He's 18. Damn it. 13, 10. That's what, an 8? I will take the shot. 17. I will stand. He's gonna get like a 2 or a 3. Oh, yep. Fucking knew it. I knew it. This is why I don't gamble. I'm just going to stand. Please. Please, another face card. Please. Yes. 15 versus 10. 6 or less. I'll stand. He's gonna get something good. Yep. Fuck you, Joseph. Fuck you, man. This is why I don't go to Vegas ever. This is why I don't gamble. It's very obvious because I'm looking at it. It definitely feels very random. It doesn't look rigged. At least not like it's not word rigged. What is it? It is, what is it? Like, what is the word? Like, plotted so that he always wins. However, the fucking odds of getting 4 face cards in a row feels very, very unlucky. I kind of want to. I kind of wish I could see into the code to see how they did that. Because, yeah, house always wins. And does feel rigged, but at the same time, it's like, come on. The 4 face cards. That also just feels like that one pity win just felt like the house going, ooh, sorry, bud, that's on me. What if I did it again? Oh well, it's a game of luck. End of the day. Well played, sir. I have lost the southern accent. He picked up the feather, but to your surprise, held it out to you. Here, take it. But you won. Well, I don't have much use for a stray feather, do I? Got plenty of them anyway. You keep it. You took the feather in your hand, twisting the smooth quill back and forth a couple times between your thumb and forefinger. It was thin and tapered in the color of coffee. Thick, uneven stripes of cream white ran all along it from the middle. Thank you, Joseph. Don't mention it. Take a swig of water real quick again. Apologies for that bottle opening ASMR. Hell yeah, go get some snacks. Go have a little something to munch on. You pocketed the feather carefully. You got a little memento, a little token from Joseph. Ooh. We should probably get back to it. Long as you're happy to and can stand steady, then I'm ready to. I'm ready to. You swung yourself onto your knees and stood up with a sprightly jump. Oh, that's so good. Alrighty, let's get a wiggle on. Let's get a wiggle on. Oh, I need to say that from now on. That's cute. Yes, sir. A sheriff should know something, surely. Yes, sir. I doubt we're the only ones who come looky-looing before. Ah! I can't. And the sheriff did say to come find him if we needed anything. I love looky-looing, and oh, that's so cute. It's so cute. And get a wiggle on. I'm adapting those. It's a good night for some snackies. It's. I meant to make. Definitely gonna have to have some snackies later. Realizing it now. Before stream was definitely not a blur. Totally not. I totally remembered to do everything I needed to before stream. But yeah, good night for snackies. You walk the same direction you saw Sheriff leave, down toward the closest edge of town, through what might be considered the main street, where this town bigger. Sheriff's office is modest, one of the smaller buildings in town. A short, square stone block with barred windows and a lopsided wooden door. As you get close to the squat building, Joseph slows down and raises an arm to your chest to slow you as well. Oh, my nose. Fuck. Okay, partner. What's the plan here? You and I both know Sheriff is gonna be the most paranoid, owl-headed son of a gun in this burg. Can't go waltzing in there, shooting our mouths off about just anything. Yeah, you're right. All we really need to know is if Sheriff is gonna put up a fight. Oh, fuck, my nose. Somehow, I feel like they're not your usual lawman. You look around, thinking for a bit. Two halves of a tattered sign swing in the wind on chattering chains in front of the building. It seems it had said Sheriff once, but the edges of it had remnants of bullet holes, shattered and charred wood. I say we tell him what's really happening. To call Joseph's face incredulous at that moment would have been an understatement. He scoffed a little out of curiosity, rubbing his chin with a feathered hand and trying to think what you could mean. What are you saying? We admit we're here. Why we're here? Acknowledge the corn? Acknowledge the corn? Sort of. I think we can tell Sheriff that there's outlaws coming and we're worried, like, about the town. We're worried, like, that's a dangerous play. Look, Sheriff is gonna have a good idea why we're snooping around if we don't have a simple, honest reason to throw off the scent. It's easier to lie when there's some truth to it. Joseph rubbed his chin again and sighed. I think so too. I still can't help to feel jumpy walking into the lion's den. You know what he meant. For people like you, a sheriff's office was never where you wanted to wind up. Oh, pardon me. Walking into the office together, Joseph ducks to clear the doorway. You find the inside to be much more well kept than the outside, which had clearly seen some wear and tear in its time. Sunlight and dust in equal measures came in through the windows, landing upon the desk of Sheriff, who was currently rapidly filling a piece of paper with a pencil in hand. After you close the door behind you, you both wait for a few seconds for Sheriff to notice you. Before you can politely knock on the closed door for attention, Sheriff raises a finger on a pencil-holding hand to ask for a moment's more waiting. This was followed by a hasty scribbling onto the end of the piece of paper before the pencil was thrown onto the desk with a little regard. Two keen eyes landed on you and Joseph. Howdy there, fellas. Thought I might be seeing you again. Howdy again, Sheriff. Now what can I be helping you both with today? Well... Joseph turned to you. Locking eyes, you saw the slight wild panic of someone caught in a trap and looking for a way out. Do you protect this town? The sheriff looked miffed, unsure how to respond, like someone had just asked if the sky was blue. As much as anyone else who lives here, yes. What does that mean? I thought you were a lawman. Sheriff regarded you with some annoyance, still seemingly puzzled over what you were asking. I think I see the confusion here. I'm not a lawman. In fact, I'd say I'm not a man at all. Or a woman. Sheriff kept looking at you both, trying to gauge your reactions. Whether you could be trusted, you guessed. My name is Sheriff, and that is a moniker I've chosen. I'd ask you to refer to me as so, or not at all. Joseph tipped his hat politely. Not a problem, Sheriff. Do you run this town, then? That would also be a no. I'm a founder, you might say, but I don't solely run this town. You boys are asking for some real... You boys are asking some real strange questions. There's something I ought to know. Joseph had faltered, and now you did too. This isn't what you planned. You were just saying the first things that came to mind, fixing on Sheriff with a calm pair of eyes, but a shakiness in the knees. Maybe you hoped Sheriff would say something that would change things, change what you were both there for. Before you could fall over, Joseph placed a hand on your shoulder, and you tensed before he gave it a light squeeze, stepping in. We heard from some other fellers on the trail that there were outlaws coming round, this way even. I see. Well, you boys shouldn't worry. We know how to care for ourselves in this inclemency. We don't get trouble around here often, but we make sure to run them off before anything starts. So you been around here a while then? Yeah, ages. How'd you end up living here anyhow? What's the story? You said you were some kind of founder? Don't get it twisted now. I'm not really a founder. Well, hard to explain. I used to be a marshal. Got sent here 30 years ago already? And you liked it so much you stayed? Joseph gives a bellow of a laugh, but Sheriff is much more half-hearted. No, well, wish I could say things back then were as good as they are now. Sheriff stood up, grabbing the cane by the desk that thumped softly as Sheriff started pacing a little through the small office, stretching stiff legs. You boys know this used to be a mine in town, right? Of course. Well, I used to be the lawman of this mine in town. Greenhorn out on the first assignment, trying to keep the peace here. What a joke. The miners had it out for each other. There was nothing but bad blood and gold fever. I learned all too well during that time what it looks like. Gold fever in the eyes. What people will do to satisfy it. That town was a constant powder keg, and I was only one marshal. Felt like there was nothing I could do. felt like I needed to do more. I needed to do something to calm the place. I asked the marshals who sent me. I don't give a hoot. If anything, they tell me to keep the hands off. Let them figure it out for themselves. Shoot them if they step out of line. That never sat right with me. There's something you should know about me, about how I conduct my business and take care of this town. It's that I care about justice. Real justice. Not the justice others suck up to, claim to care about. I learned very quickly that the law is not about real justice. Sheriff punctuated those words, said with such fire, with bangs of the cane on the floor. The law of the marshals is not, the justice I recognize. That's why I took on the name Sheriff. I wanted the name for myself. They didn't deserve it. Strange, I know. Thank the Lord, much good he's done to me. That I met at least one like mind in that town. Oh. Sometime in the winter, we had a caravan arrive in town. People who had been traveling long across the trail, needing somewhere to stay for a spell. Had some to sell as well, furs and such, anything to help get by. Friendly folks. Enjoyed their company. Spent the night drinking with them around their wagons. The miners didn't take kindly to them, didn't trust them. That was a week I'll never forget. Constant accusations of stealing and flare-ups, shouting matches almost ending in drawn irons. The miners were so darn jumpy and owl-headed about the slightest of things. 3 days later, miner turns up dead, stabbed in his sleep. The miners all accused one of the traitors of doing it. Oh, a Mexican fella claimed it was his knife that did the deed. Ah, here comes racism again. Not from Sheriff. Sheriff be a good lizard. What'd you get? You got something yummy? I need a little inspiration for after stream to have a decent snack and or small meal. But yeah, sometimes when you want snacks, you're just hungry in general, and you just gotta have some food instead. And it's much more filling, especially if you're like, you don't want to eat too many snacks. Snacks are meant to be small, but you still want to have food. Now, speaking of which, I need a quick sip of water again. Yeah, sometimes it's hard to describe foods. And like, doing a little Google translating. Because sometimes you're like, the food I'm talking about describes exactly what it is, and then you try to translate into something and you're like, oh, well, that seems pretty simplified. Or you're like, it's close, but not quite. But oh, I might have something. Oh, of course, there's the pickles. But, you know, as long as you enjoy pickles, that's the important part. But oh, maybe I'll have a grilled cheese later. I don't know. I don't eat cheese often, 'cause I'm not a cheese eater. I'm a heathen in that sense. Round plate, round piece. That's so cute though. I love that. A roll, I feel like a roll is definitely the best way to put it. But oh, I love little things like that. I love when other languages have a fun translation for what a thing means. It just makes my heart happy. Gets my little heart a little warmer. Because it's either something really silly, really literal, or super cute. And I know round piece is more literal in a sense, but it just feels too cute, in my opinion. Too cute. But yeah, I don't eat cheese often, but when I do, it has to be with something else. And now I'm craving a grilled cheese, or like some killer mac and cheese. Oh, That's for me to decide later and deal with. But I'll have to figure it out at some point, or else I'll just sit there debating on what to have. But maybe a little grilled cheese snacky later. I can't even do fancy cheeses. I don't like cheese. And it's stinky. And I don't like the stinkiness. I can't handle being in an aisle of the grocery store near me because they're the pasta aisle, because they have just a bunch of Parmesan cheeses nearby, and just the smell. I can't. Oh, I hate it. And oh god, excuse me, the water. And recently, I had gotten a different uh, Parmesan cheese than what I normally get, like a different brand or something. Holy shit! Normally, Parmesan cheese, at least I can handle it a little more if it's just the one slice and I'm like shredding it to put in like an Alfredo that I usually make. But, oh my god, this thing could not be pulled out of the fridge without the entire place just stanking up with parm. I was like, this is a hazard. This is a fucking threat to my health. Why? Why is it so stanky? No, not the blue cheese. I can't. I don't. I can't do blue cheese. I'm so sorry, but I can't. I am very basic in my cheeses. Like, I am so much of a not cheese fan that I genuinely, if I had to pick a cheese I really liked, it's mozzarella. But as long as it's with other stuff or like on a margarita pizza, then I can handle it. But it is like the least stinky cheese I have come across. And like one of the only cheeses my brain can handle and my body. So I have a very weird, my body when it comes to food, it's very weird. Some of my allergies are very strange, but that sounds about right. Denmark having a lot of stinky cheese. And France, I believe also. But I just can't. I'm so much of a not cheese eater that if I had to pick a favorite, it's mozzarella, and it's not by itself. It's melted and with other stuff. Just because I don't think it's stinky. I don't know. It might be a little. But I'm not a cheese person. Do I wish I was and could handle more cheese? Absolutely. There's so many yummy, delicious recipes and things out there to eat. Great topping, this and that. Getting to enjoy a cheese spread. Oh, how I wish. I can't do it. I can't do it. I just don't like cheese. Maybe I should just force myself to become numb to cheese. A good numb, like acquired? No. Somewhat acquired. Accustomed. That's the word I was looking for. Accustomed to cheese. Get my body used to it. Adapt to the cheese. Maybe that should be what I do for like my New Year's resolution that I've made in June. Adapt to cheese. That's what I will do. Sorry about the cheese rant. I'm so sorry. I get really derailed really easily sometimes, and I apologize. I am so much of a cheese disliker that I don't even like fucking cheesecake. I don't even know. Also, apologies if my model is like freaking out because I keep moving, but I'm not sitting correctly and I'm not looking at it. But I can't even. I don't even like cheesecake, cream cheese. Um, just I don't like it. It does nothing for me. I feel like it's not a fun tangent. I'm just sitting here going, cheese is gross. I hate it. But I just don't vibe with cheese, man. And I just remember I remember being in college. And as a person who studied the French language and culture, we often had events and there would be cheese platters there all the time. And one time, one year, there was somebody who was studying abroad from France, and I had never felt a kindred spirit like this before because they were also like, I don't like cheese either. And it's like, finally somebody who understands. And then everybody was like, this is blasphemous. This can't be possible. You're French. How can you not like cheese? But I was like, no, let me have this. I finally have somebody who understands. It's just, no. No, no, no. He's gross. Especially blue cheese. I think blue cheese is the one cheese that it would probably take me a while to work up to. Just nah. Nah, I can't do it. Even just the smell. I'm not as people would say yucking anybody's yum. If you like blue cheese, more power to you, but also that means you get any cheese that I don't eat. So I think, to be honest, it's kind of a win-win. Yeah, it does seem like an acquired taste, but also, Nisi, I am jealous. I am incredibly jealous. Do ravenously eat those. I'm so jealous right now. I, much like in any stream, we've gotten to the food section, I have realized. Yeah. It's chocolate is harder to eat in the heat because it'll melt easily and it's already warm enough. I have to throw my chocolate in the fridge actually. Now that I'm thinking about it. And it's so messy. Oh, wait. Hold up. Are we talking yummy tasty cakes or are we talking Tasty Cakes the brand? Because holy shit. Hell yeah, past Nisi's the goat. Whenever past selves buy snacks and they're like, we'll need this at some point. Oh, best person of all time. Sometimes past selves are a dick, like when they save work for future selves. Fuck that past me. But when they prepare for that stuff, oh, hell yeah. Hell yeah, just like current Nisi. Absolute goat. Oh. Yes. 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 I fucking love tasty cakes. Finally. I have had so many friends I have introduced to tasty cake just because it is not where they are. The day Wawa saved my life. Go get stretch and possible hydration and or more food, more snackies. Gail. But oh yeah, thank God for Wawa sometimes, man. Some of the options there, so thankful that they've got them. I I love Wawa. I love Sheets. I think that the Sheets that's by me has been opened up for like a couple of years now. It hasn't been around for that. Oh, maybe it has. It was built while I was in college. Yeah, at least like 4 years. But Wawa, Wawa does have like a good variety of stuff, and the tasty cakes there. Thank God that they've got them there. I don't know if Sheets has them. They probably do, but hidden more. But I haven't seen them there. It's for a gas station sort of thing. Wawa's pretty good. I'm not biased. Yeah, it's Wawa for like decent convenience store stuff. Sheets for fried food. I don't go I try not to go to Sheets often and get the fried food just because I not good for health. However, if it is a night where I'm having a drink or two, or I just really need something then and there, I will go to Sheets. The fried food's really good. But like, if I just need something quick to eat and that I can eat quickly and that's also like pretty decent, I go to Wawa. Plus the drink options at Wawa, much better. No offense to Sheets. But I also have a beef with Sheets because they have stopped carrying my favorite Arizona iced tea flavor, and I could not find it anywhere else. So now I'm beefing with them. But yeah, Sheets, good fried food. Pretty decent other food. Wawa, pretty decent regular food. And really good drink options. I think that was the order I was saying it in. Hell yeah, we beefing. Because I really liked the raspberry Arizona iced tea. That shit was good. And anytime I would go to Sheets, that would be my go-to drink. Because it was sweet enough that I was like, okay, this is good. But it wasn't too much. And it felt very refreshing. And I start going recently and I'm like, where is my raspberry Arizona? Where is it? Do not tell me you have pulled it. Cause please, this was the one I really loved. Aww. But yeah, Wawa drinks, at least the one by me, pretty fucking good. But I am a very simple bat and I usually get milkshakes. Because I'm a simple bat. Although, if I am going to beef with Wawa about drinks, I hate... Aw. Fucking, you're making me want a donut, Nisi. But also, hello, lumberjack. But if I am going to beef with Wawa about their drinks, it's the milkshakes that have... They'd be like cookies and cream and shit. They put... There is... I don't want to say granules. But like there's really tiny cookie pieces and I feel like I'm going to choke when I drink those things. Everything else is fine. The fucking refreshers, delicious. A lemonade green tea. Maybe if they had a decaf, a fucking banger. But yeah, drinks look good. Yeah, the fruit shakes. Oh. Goddamn, I'm getting thirsty and hungry. It's just the next time you go to a Wawa, it's just something to look forward to. But I haven't tried the mac and cheese by me at the Wawa, but I've heard it's really good. But there's always a next time. There's usually a next time. And man, I'm getting hungry. I've gone on a very long tangent and I'm so sorry. This is just me going off about fucking convenience stores by me. But, you know, as somebody who has been a bodega bat and worked at other convenience store brands, whew, I could talk praises about Wawa and Sheets all day. We never intend to. We never intend to. And then as soon as we start talking about, as soon as the food talk starts, the rant continues. Everybody, if if there is a topic that I think everybody can have an opinion on and can go off on, it's fucking food. Politics? No. Video games? No. Movies, TV? No. It's food. It's absolutely food. Because there's something that somebody's always passionate about. Yes. Very, very much so. Excellent depression food. But as I repeat, I am a simple bat. I get bagels. But also just because they're bagels. At least, this is all just me talking from the places by me. Something about what they're using, their brand of bagels, and whatever they put on it, it's just so much different than when I make it. And it's like that when somebody else cooks something, it's always better. Oh. Yes, a good schmear, but it's not cream cheese because I can't do cheese. But, oh. Oh God, yeah. It's bagels are definitely not for everybody. There's just something about them that like you either like them or you're just really not gonna like and care for them. Just because I think at least from hearing from people who've made them, um, there's certain parts of the bagel like using I believe it's called barley malt. It is either a hit or a miss, and they have to be like pretty decent bagels. You can never go wrong with, if you like bagels, you can never go wrong with a New York bagel. I gotta go back and get some bagels from there. Ooh, a cinnamon crunch bagel with hazelnut spread. Oof. If I could have that, that sounds so good. I used to get chocolate chip bagels from Panera a lot. It's nothing special. It's just a bagel from New York. But I can always taste the difference. Taste the difference between like a bagel I buy in the store here and good old Pennsylvania, or a bagel from New York. It's just it's whenever I'm visiting family, because I have New York family, we always have to get bagels, just because the difference be there. Oh, an egg bagel, yeah. There's so much you can do with bagels too. Like you could get them with hazelnut spread, or as apparently my young cousins like to get, they love to get pizza bagels. You could just have a simple bagel. You can have a fancy one. You can get it with some salmon. Oof, I love me some salmon. um, a bagel and lox, which is cream cheese and salmon. And I think something else. Egg bagels, fuck yeah. Yeah, thank you. The vindication. The bagels here are just... eh. But it's like, come on, of all the things, we could have decent bagels. I mean, New York is right there. But no. Yeah, Panera is... I don't go there often. However, if I will sing the praises about Panera, it is one thing and one thing only, and it is the fact that their margarita pizzas are genuine margarita pizzas. I have been so many places. What is it? I've been to actual pizza stores around here. I've been to ones across the ocean. Not including Italy, because Italy knows what a margarita pizza is. I've been to ones out of town. But they never do a margarita pizza correctly. And it pisses me off because it's so simple. It is like a thinner red sauce. Yeah, it's it's not great. It's incredibly expensive. It's incredibly bad for you. But if I ever go, I just get a margarita pizza because it's the only place I can get it where it's done properly. It's a thinner red sauce. It's got the chunks of cheese just placed on it, melted down. It's got the slices of tomato, which are optional, but do add a little something, a little bit of acidity, and the basil. It's that simple. And yet, anywhere I go, aside from Panera, that does a margarita pizza that's not Italy too, is just either a regular pizza, which is wrong, that's just a cheese pizza. The sauce is too thick, and it's just a normal red sauce or tomato sauce. And I'm like, come on. And there was no cheese. It was just a regular cheese pizza with a thicker sauce. And I was like, this all sucks. So if I ever want a good, real margarita pizza, I have to go to Panera of all places. Oh. But yeah, it's really not that great. But yeah, if people like it, more power to them. Enjoy what you enjoy, but also, it's not Panera. It's just what you get for what you pay. Not fucking worth it. Not fucking worth it. Oh shit! Thank you, Lumberjack. And this food rant has gone on for a long time, and I said it earlier, and I'll say it again. I apologize. I apologize to any and all. I get too passionate about food and food places. I'm so sorry. He had to arrest this guy. It was he's talking about it's it's giving earth sign. Damn, I had to do it so classic. Oh shit! It is a full moon. You are so fucking right. I forgot about that. I I am a water sign. I am part of the Pisces gang. But wait, is it? I'm not up to date on my moon signs. My moon, I'm oof. Fish flock, let go. Oh, totally. I'm going to go off on this little story, and then I'm going to get back into the game, I swear. But that another fish runs away just brought me back to when I was reconnecting with some friends in college after I'd been gone for like a year and a half. And one of them was like, because I was having a day. I was tired. Honestly, I do want to get back to playing it because the lore is so good, but I keep getting distracted. I'm gonna quick tell the story, get back to the game, I promise. But it just made me think of reconnecting with some friends in college, and I was having a night, I was just going off, and one of them looks at me and goes, "Aren't you an Aquarius?" And I go, "No, I'm a Pisces." And they go, "Oh, that's worse." Just thought, okay. But they meant it jokingly, I swear. I game just chatting. But yeah, the running away just gave me vibes of that. Oh. A little more water, and then I go back to my really shitty southern accent. To all of those who have not heard it, I apologize for what you are about to hear. For all of those who have been suffering with it, I'm still sorry. But yeah, something about being a Pisces just scares people. That's valid. I had to arrest him, held him in this cell here. A tap of the somewhat rusted metal bars with the cane rang out into the room. The traders came. Oh. The traders all came to tell me that I was wrong, that he'd never do something of that sort. Oh shit, a Scorpio. I, I've had pretty decent Scorpios in my life, so I can't be scared of them.
Oh shit. Another Sagittarius.
Oh. I don't think I've ever met somebody on the cusp before. Yeah, no. Everybody's been like pretty full, decently in the middle of the sign. I gotta read up on my cusps. But also, it does not scare me at all, just because it be Nisi. And I can't be scared of Nisi. But yeah, do that full moon stuff. I gotta remind my sister it's a full moon tonight. Why do you wish you were an Aries? I ask as I will then continue to read. But yeah, why would you wish you were an Aries? I'm curious. I gotta drop my voice. It helped me push in the right direction. I'd already had some suspicion about the miners' claims. A lot of accusations had been flying around about the Mexicans and can't apologize. And the Indians traveling in the caravans.
It's so good. Oh, scary Nisi. but Nisi. Just Nisi. How, it can't be scared.
Oh, actually, no, good point. No pun intended. When caught lying, when someone else is caught lying, scary Nisi. I did a little. I did a little investigating and found that the miner had been killed by one of his friends. Another feud about gold, some stolen or missing, and his so-called friend had killed him for it. The miners wouldn't believe it, insisted the man in the cell was guilty. I wonder if maybe they just couldn't see what I could, see things through my eyes. It felt like a mockery of justice, of everything I cared about. That was the straw that broke the camel's back. Early the next morning, I asked the traders to leave and take their friend with them. Sheriff notices how intently you're both listening, watery eyes flicking between you both. Anyway, that's a lot of babbling from me already. Long story short, I kicked the miners out for the better. Hell yeah. You make it sound like it was real easy. How'd you get that many miners just to abandon gold? I did what I had to, and I have no regrets or weight on my soul for it. Really, getting them out, that was the easy part, I suppose. We moved and rebuilt some of the town, further from the mines. We all wanted a fresh start. The years since have been very hard. I don't have this stick because I've been sitting on my jollies and gazing at sunsets. This town may be small, but it's a lot of work to keep going. Oh, wait. Did that just get censored? What happened? Or is it just the act? It's so hard to tell because I don't see anything pop up on my end. What? I really hope it didn't get censored. Because I can't imagine anything being that crazy. Oh no, the little pout. But yeah, I don't have anything up on my end that would say like, oh, this message was hidden or whatever. Oh no. Um, shit. I'm trying to think where to send that. Cause I do have a permit thing in Streamlabs. It doesn't work, and it's so stupid. I'm trying to think of a good way to share links. Um, oh wait, is I think Gail is still out at the moment. Yeah, Gail's still getting stuff. Yeah, I was gonna say. Oh Jesus, I could definitely watch it later. But I, I wish I could get that to work. But it'd be kind of hard to try and get somebody to like somebody who's or there might be a way I can test it. Actually, now that I think about it, because there's no reason it shouldn't work, but it doesn't. But that's stuff for me to test out later. Um, and there's the history. But yeah, I gotta get that working at some point. Just because it's kind of silly to have it there and not functioning. Plus, not being able to share clips is not fun in the least. Sheriff turned around and went to sit at the desk again, the chair creaking beneath old bones. Don't take my griping to think I'm not thankful for this place, though. I've done a lot for it, but it's done just as much, more even, in return.
Hello again, Hybrid Alex. Welcome back.
How do you mean? I can't say I've ever really had somewhere I live do much for me. Sheriff sighed softly, looking out the windows into town, a clear view of the cobbled together houses cascading down the shadowed hillside.
Ooh, go enjoy the game. I love Little Nightmares. Not too much a fan of the second one, but I love good series.
Clemency has given me somewhere to live. I had many hopes when I chose to stay in this town, to try and make something of it. I worked hard to earn the respect of those who live here, as a person, not as an authority. People here don't see me as an oddity. They don't fear me. They don't mock or interrogate others for how they live. This ain't just a community, it's family. We're all far from our homes, from the people who made us, but here we can make ourselves what we want to be. A town of runaways who don't got to keep running anymore.
Community.
It's definitely starting to make sense. All the people here, and I want to live here. Oh god, yeah, it is very hot lately. I'm definitely gonna have to turn on my little AC thing after stream and cool down. Sheriff stared out the window for a few more moments. The sun was a bright golden shine, crossing wistful eyes. Turning back to you, Sheriff pulled into the desk and got comfortable once more. Anyway, that's enough sap from me. Those outlaws all you wanted to talk about?
But yeah, I think so.
You wished you had more questions to ask, more to say, more to hear about, but no other words escaped your maw except for, thank you. No, mention it. Thank you too for the tip-off. I'll keep these old peepers peeled.
Hell yeah. Keep your peepers peeled.
Yeah, thank you for talking, Sheriff. We'll be on our way now. But I did have one more question for you. You still with those marshals? In contact with them? I quit the day I rebelled against the miners. Never heard from them again. Damn. Just leaving already. Joseph nodded, tipping his hat, and Sheriff tipping in return. You stepped out in the station into the blinding sun together. Walking back to the edge of town on the other side from the sign you knew now read Clemency. You both sat on the edge of a little hillside slope.
Oh, you got this. Be brave, Zephyrus. You can do it.
Kicking dust up on yourselves as you settle on the rocky crevices. I think that's all the useful places of interest here. Unless we want to go knocking on folks' doors asking for gold. I think we've disturbed this lot enough for a day. Your resting hand becomes restless as it brushes against some dry desert grass, entwining it between your fingers, slowly pulling it from its roots. So, what do we actually figure out? Everyone here is kind of, and mostly, defenseless. I think pacifist is the word. You tug more grass up into your hand. They can maybe fight off some bandits, but no officers are gonna come help, and they ain't gonna do much good against a whole gang. There is gold here, somewhere, in some forgotten mines no one's seen for decades. Well, it's gotta be around here. This is a mining town, for Pete's sake. How far could it be? You shrug. Sheriff said the town was moved. Mines could be anywhere now. Maybe it really was just rumors. Maybe there's not really anything to find here. I think you know as well as I do that these folks were antsy, friendly as well, but gold gets their hackles up. Someone has to know where these mines are. You knew who was right. You know how to read people well enough. Joseph stood up, gazing out across the landscape of the town and beyond, searching towards the horizon. Gonna use those special eyes of yours, bird brain? More use than you chasing your tail, mutt. He looked at you for a moment with a smirk, and you smirked back. Oh, they flirtin'. Ooh, they having a little guffaw. They doing a little flirt. A weird little flirt, but it do be flirtin'. You rolled the grass in your hand between your fingers, squashing the reeds of it together, dropping seeds in the sand. Can't see nothing. Goddamn sun in my eyes ain't helping neither. I don't know if Bartholomew would help out. He was maybe the most friendly one of the bunch. Sheriff didn't even talk about the gold. Because Sheriff knows how to keep the town safe. You look up at Joseph, his puzzled face squinting in the sun, looking down at you. Looking back out into the desert, the sun sits between the two rocky outcroppings in the distance, a light bulb plucked from the sky by unmoving fingers. You can do it, Zephyrus. I got through amnesia. You can do it. It'll start getting dark soon. Sheriff knows where the mines are. Bartholomew said he never saw them, and Jacob was never a miner. He had no reason to go to the mines. What, so he never saw them? That don't make sense. I'm not saying that. I'm saying even if he did see them back then, he wouldn't remember where they were now. Sheriff still knows where they are because they're the biggest danger to the town. I'd wager Sheriff even checks up on them every so often to make sure it's undisturbed. Huh. I guess that checks out. We don't have enough time for a stakeout, though. You balled your hand into a fist, the grass yielding and turning to dust. We don't need to know where they are anyway. We got all we need. Knowing where the mines are would just be a penny in the hat. We should think about our next move. You ignored the tiny knot in your stomach as you thought about what to do next. You should just leave, but nothing else to do here. We should just think about resting. Getting dark soon. Gail. I try not to... I'm trying to be good about not shelling out the Discord too much, just in case, because I don't want to be rude. I don't know why I think it's rude, because in every other stream I'm like, please tell me your Discord. I just don't want to force people to join just in case. But that's just me. It's just me. Because I overthink things a lot. I think we could stay at the saloon. Sheriff did offer. You sure you want to stay here for a night? Seems like least we could do before we leave. Unless camping outside has some mighty appeal to you. Oh god. Welcome to the Discord, Zephyrus. Thank you for joining. Joseph flashed a wry smile. Alright, let's go have a look first. No point in bringing the horses down if I can't afford the rooms. Standing up, you feel the dust fly between your fingers with the winds blowing east, and follow Joseph a few paces behind. Oh, I gotta check this real quick. I got a notification somewhere else. Okay. You walk toward the saloon again, looking forward to having somewhere to rest. You don't remember the last time you actually stayed in a room somewhere. It was always a tent or just in your bedroll, lying beneath the stars. You see Sheriff and Bartholomew standing on the porch of the saloon, talking intently, but you can't pick up any clear words on the wind. Sheriff notices you both as you approach, patting Bartholomew on the back as he takes his leave back inside. Sheriff leads the shade of, bleh. Sheriff leads the shade of the saloon's overhang, walking with purpose towards you both. The blue of the sky. I can't fucking read. The blue of the sky was starting to fade into oranges, pinks on the edges of the sparse and tiny clouds overhead. You both slow to a stop as Sheriff approaches you quickly. The face approaching you was different from before, and you see Joseph's face fall a little. Sheriff came to stop in front of you both, twisting the cane in the dirt a little. The old and frail figure standing in front of you was shaking a tad. You could hear slow and deliberate breaths from the chest. The usual confidence and bolster off of Joseph dissipated under the new glare of the sheriff. The new and sharp eyes, unlike those you'd seen when you'd arrived. There was a tiredness in them, a fierce tiredness, beneath which was a wild look you'd only seen in the eye of the newly grieving. Gripping the cane, scaled knuckles turning white, Sheriff spoke in a low and calm voice. Yeah, I should have known. Thought maybe I was wrong this time. Y'all seemed so, I don't know, like you should be here. Even so, I knew there was something off with what you were asking. Is everything all right, Sheriff? We were just going to see if we could stay at the saloon. Sheriff slammed the cane into the dirt with such force you feared it might crack the earth beneath. You know damn well things are not all right. I had a little chat with my friends around town, talking about the newcomers, what they'd been asking about. Just passing through town, give me a break. Should have known it was too good to be true. I know when I see the gold fever in them eyes. Oh, we're not here to cause trouble, Sheriff. We'll be on our way tomorrow morning. Really now? Well, oh fuck. Sheriff reached a free hand behind and pulled an old revolver to point at you. I'm going to say this, and I'm going to say it once. I made a promise to protect this town and the people who live here. That I would do what was right by them. So both of you are going to turn tail and leave right now, and you never come back. If I ever see either of you heading this way again, I will shoot you dead before nary fur or feather crosses that town line. You stood still next to Joseph, a small fear of walking taking hold as you feel like the wind might knock you off your feet. Understood, Sheriff. Joseph started walking away, not stopping for you even as you stood there a moment longer just to say one word. Sorry. You knew that didn't make up for it, but it was all you could muster from your tight throat. You turned quickly and walked away after Joseph with your head down, staring at your feet as they rhythmically sped after one another through the dust tracts of a town you couldn't come back to. No. The climb back out of the valley was quiet. The wind was only noisy to reach your ears. No words coming to pass between you and Joseph. Only the occasional meeting of the eyes when he looked to make sure you hadn't fallen behind. Those eyes, that face you had grown accustomed to so quickly to having at least the hint of a smile resting, was devoid of much emotion at all. He wasn't thinking about it, you felt, but to not think about it meant to not think at all. And so he didn't, his limbs carrying him up the path, but no one was home. You understood, of course. As much as you'd like to not think about it either, you couldn't ignore the small dread in your chest. Like it was in the cavities of your insides, seeping around and between your organs, a creeping tar. Not a suffocating tar, just making you feel heavy and dense. If you stopped walking now, you didn't know if you'd start again. The sun was starting to dip into the horizon when you reached your original meeting spot at the top of the cliff. Both your horses were lying in the long shadows of some rocky mounds, your own shadow stretching across the sand as you go to tend to them. You both hauled your bedrolls off and started to unpack them, giving the horses some water and sorting through your belongings. Still, without a word, a camp for the night quickly formed between you as you worked. Joseph had brought a thin metal stand with him to hang the cooking pot over and gently tossed you his book of matches as he erected it. You struck the match in a familiar fashion, placing it in the middle of a dried assortment, blowing gently to encourage the shy flame. Lifting your head back up from the budding fire, Joseph was having a little issue getting his stand to, well, stand. His face was still the same neutral, empty face from before, and you noticed a little catch on a joint that hadn't flipped properly. You brought your hand up to flick it out that way. Either the lurch of the stand falling into place or the momentary touch of your hand against his seemed to jolt Joseph out of his listless state. Thank you. A smile, just a small one, a weary and wary one, had returned to his face. You were glad to see it again. It was enough to make your chest a little lighter, the tar receding just a touch. With the fire lit, a modest plume of smoke started billowing into the sky and scattering in the fading sunlight. Joseph got up momentarily to rummage in one of his saddlebags, coming back with a tin and some bundled cloth. I've got some, beans. Some salted pork, too. Not sure what you got with you. Oh, right. Yeah, hold on. You had plenty of water still, and if he was propping up the bulk of the meal, you had some molasses to add, too. You brought them both over and let Joseph, sitting on his bedroll he laid out now, take the reins. It really wasn't a two-person job. With the beans gently cooking away now in the pot, he sat there, lazily stirring it with a spoon. You grabbed your bedroll and laid it out on the opposite side of the fire, squatting and dropping onto it with a thud, tucking your legs towards you. Resting your head on your knees, holding them in your arms.
Oh, no. Just when we'd finally found somewhere that would probably accept us. Of course. Of course. Mm-mm.
The two of you sat like this a short while, watching the pot steaming away.
Oh, please go to sleep, yeah. Get some sleep, Gail. You deserve a good sleep. Have a good evening, day. It is very late, so morning. Get a good sleep. Have fun dreams. And I will see you next time. Take care, Gail.
Oh, I need some water after that. A lot of reading, but couldn't stop because that was such a good moment. So nicely written. And the way the music just stopped. Ugh, so good.
Yeah, I love that phrase, have a nice time zone. Very good. Get some sleep, Gail. You deserve good sleep. You work hard.
You found yourself thinking about what happened in Clemency without even realizing. The pang you felt in your stomach when Sheriff knew why you were there. The sharp chill that shot from your neck to your tail when the gun was pulled on you. You weren't scared of being shot, that wasn't it. That wasn't what you set your palm in. That wasn't what set your palm into a cold sweat. It was something else.
I'm behaving. It's not degeneracy hour here. That's later. Maybe next week. I don't know. But I will behave. I've behaved all evening. Thank you very much. How dare.
Yeah, gotta plan something for next week for that. I think that would be fun. Oh no, not next week. Karaoke weekend. That so 2 Saturdays, 2 weeks from now. Because next week, scary weekend.
I I behave. we are we are friendly, family friendly tonight for the most part. But yes, go sleep. Go sleep. Take care. Go sleep.
Something about having to leave that town. Sorry for letting you do so much of the talking today. I'm more the quiet type. Sure you figured that out already. He flashed you a week. Gil. Damn. Gil is getting pushy. Not in a bad way. I could not find a better word for that. But Gil, promotey. That's the word I'll go with. Very promotey today. Now go sleep. Good night. I gotta find the voice. Not like I did us much good. It wasn't your fault, Joseph. Sheriff was paranoid, and we were bound to be rumbled eventually. Besides, it doesn't really seem like there is any gold here, unless we feel like setting up a new mine in operation. Yep. I'm sure Black Vulture will love to hear that. Wasn't my fault, I'll say. He sighed, a sharp, exasperated exhale through his nose holes, one knee of his crossed legs fidgeting and bouncing as he stirred the pot. You were a little taken aback that he seemed to be mocking what you said. Maybe it just wasn't what he wanted to hear right now. Still, you understood his frustration. What would your bosses think? If we told them what this place was like? Would they even believe us? Sorry. You were snapped from your thoughts by his apology, a slightly guilty look on his face, knowing he must have seen that hurt your feelings a little. You're all right. It's not my fault, exactly, but hell, this is a mess, Ronnie. His fidgeting was spreading, playing across the feathered fingers of his wings, his face, his eyes, his knees again. Like a ragtime tune was playing all across the insides of his body. What's he like, Black Vulture? He's, um... His breathing was ragged, too. You got onto your knees and reached your hand onto his that was stirring the spoon even now, a gentle but firm grasp, stopping its motions. Your eyes met over the cooking pot. He looked like he was seeing you again for the first time in a long time. The shaking in his hands came to rest, and you relaxed its vice grip on the long spoon as you held each other's gaze. Let go. I'm here. It's all right. He nodded a few times, taking his hand away and resting on his haunches, stretching his legs out. A few moments passed as Joseph regained his calm, laid-back demeanor. One leg still bounced a little, a quick rhythm, tapping a dance hall tune. Oh, the little horse! Oh, it looks so cute. The sun was almost gone now, the last dregs of its light in the desert turning everything in its distance. A single, dusty red. Why was that so hard to say? You could see the stars now as you looked to the sky, the light continuing to fade. More and more points of light dotting their way into the east. You turned your eyes away from the sky when you heard the sound of a penknife flicking open. Oh, don't mind me none. I'm just doing a little preening. He started taking the knife gently to his wing, very gently. He seemed to be scraping away older feathers while also opening new pin feathers scattered across the wing in motions almost like shaving. Oh, that's cute. Oh, that's such a clever thing to say. Or write. I do know the janitor in Little Nightmares, yes. I have watched very many playthroughs of the game. Forgive me if I'm talking out of line, but why don't you use your beak for that? Well, Mom always told us you don't use your beak for things around anyone other than family or lovers. It ain't polite. He seemed a little sheepish admitting it, like it was an uncommon quirk of his family. You asked about Black Vulture, yes? Don't you know the stories already? Yeah, but those are just stories. I know what it's like riding with someone with a few tall tales trailing behind him. Joseph snorted a little, still making his way across the wing with his small knife. Yep, sounds about right. I'm pretty sure some of the more flattering ones I've heard were left behind by the vulture himself. You settled on the side of your legs a little, getting more comfortable as you kept stirring the ever-cooking pot. Where to begin with the man himself? Jeez. He's a real piece of work, that one. I can tell you that much for sure. He's a city slicker that considers himself a cowboy even though he hates getting his boots dirty. Acts all gentlemanlike and such, real flannel mouth. He'd charm the pants off of you if you had something he wanted. Then when he's got what he wants, he jabbed the knife toward you pointedly, stick you in the back and twist it hard to hear you cry. Turn the knife back to preening. He's a terrible shot, too. There's some stories that he could shoot the cap off a bottle without spilling it from 50 paces. Damn. Now that's impressive. to have stories like that, and yet the fact that nobody refutes it if they've experienced him. I know if I heard shit like that, I'd be like, actually, you know what? Can't shoot the side of a barn door even if he was standing in front of it. The side of a barn even if he was standing in front of it. But, you know. But he ain't the sharpshooter, never. He's almost as bad a shot as me. Got someone else for that. See, that's how you run in his posse. You make yourself indispensable. Oh, indispensable. I know how to read. He tapped his knife on the ground through the word to make his point. The gang is on the smaller side, but they're plenty loyal. They need to be. Can't be anyone else. You're loyal, then? I'm the eyes. I'm useful. I get on good with a lot of them. Black Vulture keeps me around. Win-win. You understood what he was saying, what he meant, what he really wanted to say. You understood how it felt to be under that kind of looming shadow. No one for miles around, but don't say anything, just in case. You'd seen what happens to other people. You both had, for sure. Joseph was as far from a greenhorn as could be. He swapped hands and started the knife on his other wing. So what about Curly Wolf? He said there were plenty of tall tales about him. Split fair with me. You didn't look at him when he asked you. He kept looking at the pot, peeking over to check the beans. This looks about done to me. Joseph stared at you for a moment when you did meet his eyes, and then closed up his knife, kneeling over to look with an approving whistle. Yeah, looks done to me. You laughed a little as his stomach gave a hearty growl, fetching the bowls and holding them while Joseph served you both as a big, slopping portion. Night had come now, and you both gathered a little closer around the fire and moved the pot stand to the side. You could see him easier now with it out of the way. Mouth going slower than brain. With the pot lifted, the fire rose, dancing in the wind, sometimes hazing your view, but the blur flitting in and out as you glanced eyes while you ate. Oh god, excuse me. Believe it or not, but I ain't the cookie back at camp. Someone else got that privilege. He was clearly joking, but the beans were some of the better you had. I never would have guessed. I don't cook that often, but I make some mean donuts from time to time. Oh, goddamn, bringing up the donuts again. And I don't have any donuts today. Oh, do you now? I'll have to try them then. I hope so. It was so selfish to ignore his question. Say nothing about Curly Wolf. So rude of you. You weren't raised like this. You couldn't, though. Never. Or more like you didn't know what to say. Please be careful and please remember to breathe if you can, and if you can't, please get help. Breathing is kind of necessary. How many years had it been now? Sorry, I should have said something when you would ask about my boss. I get it. No, I mean, of course you do, but it's also that when I said I was the quiet type, it's more than that. If I'm shooting straight with you, I don't remember the last time I heard my own voice before today. At the camp, I might say yeah or no, but I don't really talk. And when I'm away on the lookout, there's just no one to talk to. I don't want to talk to myself and just be reminded I'm alone. I've never talked about him. I wouldn't.
got this. I am also a scaredy bat, but I still play my scary games because I want to be better at them. You got this.
Joseph looked straight at you. Even into you, it almost felt like you could see the fire between you and his eyes, flames muttering across the irises. The intensity of his look gave way to something like relief. No, don't worry about being a quiet one. I think it's part of your charm.
Oh,
There are lots of wannabe tough guys who act like you with no sweat. That strong, silent act. Besides, guys back home are always telling me to shut up. Not that I give them the satisfaction. I can tell you that being quiet doesn't change things. Same horse shit regardless of whether you make a fuss. You sighed, a long sigh. What words could you even use for a man like him? Curly Wolf is a bad egg. I think sometimes he was born like that. I know he can't have been, but I don't know what godforsaken things happened to him to turn him into what he is. He's probably the meanest, roughest bastard you'll ever have the misfortune of meeting. Anyone you can think of that you wouldn't want to run into, he's worse than that. I don't know about Black Vulture, but the stories Curly Wolf leaves behind, I don't think they even match up to how dangerous he is. I've seen him gun down traitors riding away on horseback 200 paces away. It's easy to get his dander up, and he's the last person you'd ever want to do that to. He'd make sure of that. Not the brightest you'd ever meet, but his instincts are keen. He's never made an empty threat. He'll happily get his hands dirty to make good on them. Yeah, I can't blame you, Joseph. Shit. Black Vulture said before he'd be willing to pick a fight with Curly Wolf, but they'd never met. Now I'm wondering if he has any idea what that would get him into. He ain't stupid, but he's definitely too cocky for his own good. Oh, eat your bowl before it gets cold. Nothing worse than cold food. You did as he said, mulling over what you talked about while you ate. Joseph had had a head start on you, but even so, his eating was voracious, and he finished before you were even halfway through yours. He sat back from his hunch over the bowl, wiping his beak on his arm. He looked around some, into the fire, out to the darkness of the desert, at you. You could tell he didn't want to stare, but his eyes took you in anyway, with long glances. He coughed, clearing his throat to stall for words he was thinking of. Say, Ronnie, I wanted to ask. He grabbed his knife again, taking it to his wing once more, looking away as he asked a common question. Your arm. I hope you don't think me cruel for asking, but what happened? Did he do that to you? You were pretty used to questions about it, but you appreciated the genuine warmth behind his words, at least. This whole thing? Yeah, it wasn't pretty. It was a practical joke of sorts, if you'd call it that, by some of the guys during the camp. Took my bandana and shoved it in my mouth. Shoved it in the mouth of one of the horses. Egged me on like to get it back. Reached my hand in, of course, Hoss gets all antsy and bites down, starts thrashing, trying to get away. I don't remember much after that. Blacked out from the pain. Next thing I know, I'm being hauled to some doctor. Told me they had to amputate for it putrefied. Joseph had stopped preening at this point, looking at you with some real watery eyes and a soft expression on his brow, both anger and horror. Got the bandana back, so, win some, lose some. I'm sorry. Nothing to be sorry for. Long time ago. You just live with it. Full and finished, you set aside your bowl, taking another appraisal of your surroundings, looking up to the sky and its carpet of stars. It was quickly starting to get cold, so you got up and went to your horse, fishing some blankets out for them. Looking inside the bag, you couldn't find your usual extra blanket for yourself. Shit. Must have forgotten to take it before you left. You spied your binoculars in there. You took them and walked to the edge of the cliff again. You were about to put them up to your eyes when you realized you didn't really need them to see what was happening in Clemency. The whole town was dark, except for the bright lights prominently shining from the saloon. You saw the shallow silhouettes of people dancing play out in the streets in front, and if you listened closely, music. Seems like they're having a rip-roaring time. Yeah. Wonder if they would do it tonight. like Bartholomew mentioned. Well, wouldn't they? What they got to be worried about? His voice was a little cold, blunt, ice cubes in a drink bumping your teeth as you sip. You know, out of all the towns I've been kicked out and run out of, this is the only one I'd want to come back to. This place ain't for us. We're trouble, Ronnie. We're no good for these folks. And tomorrow we'll be gone. We'll tell our bosses we didn't find anything, and if we're lucky, they'll just go on their way. Maybe in another life we could have gone back there. Would have been nice. This is our life. Our only one. It is what it is. We move on. It's how we live. You could feel the wind blowing behind you, ruffling your trousers, whistling past your ears as it seemed to push towards the edge of the cliff. Yeah, I guess it is. The wind kept howling, picking up and dying down, whistling off the valley and kicking up clouds of dust around the buildings down below. Curly Wolf is going to ransack this place, even if they don't have anything. What do you want me to do about it, huh, Ronnie? It's not my problem. You feel now the desert night on you, your fingers, the tips of your ears, starting to feel the tenderness of the cold and the wind. You were shivering. You shouldn't have talked back to him. You know how that always went. It never ended well. You just made him feel worse, like it was his fault. Why should he have to listen to your stupid concerns? It was your shit to figure out. He owes you nothing. You just met. You don't know each other. If it weren't for convenience, you would have shot each other hours ago. You heard the sound of shuffling behind you, and as he got up, he started walking toward you. Here it came, as you knew it would. You tense up as he approaches, closing the distance, expecting the due anger. Closing your eyes when you feel him hit at your back, ready for the blow that's coming, and you feel him at your back. You flinch when you feel a weight around your shoulders, a squeeze of them too that you'd expect to hurt, but is so tender it couldn't possibly. Opening your eyes, you see a thick blanket draped around you, down to your knees. You looked cold. Didn't want to get consumption just standing there. You know how cold the desert gets. You drop the binoculars gingerly by the strap to the floor, now clasping the edge of the blanket with your hand tighter around you. You could feel how cold your fingers were just below your chin, almost numb. How long had you been standing here for? I'm dreadful sorry. You got nothing to be sorry for. You and he sat back down by the fire, Joseph giving it 1,000-yard stare. Thank you. Nothing to it. Get warm. You pull the blanket tighter again, the desert chill still sweeping underneath. Are you not cold? I've been around the fire all night, haven't I? I'm fine. He's lying. You can see his feathers twitch and shiver, but he is trying hard to hide it. You wonder the truth of what he said, too, that we just had to move on. Standing up with the blanket, you walk around the fire, standing over him a moment as he looks up toward you with wide eyes. You sweep the blanket around him and sit down shoulder to shoulder. Aw, you were right. He's definitely cold, but a lot warmer than you'd imagined. I'm gonna save it here because it is well past time that I should be stopping streaming. Wish I could keep the music playing. The music is very lovely, but clearly I am not allowed to have nice music. Popping this back up here. Oh, okay. There we go.
Thank you everyone for joining tonight. It is getting quite late for me, and I need to go have some snackies, relax, cool down a lot because the room in here is very warm. I will be back tomorrow, debating on doing Doodle Stream or just continuing this game since it's not that long. I just got very distracted by tangents. But I'm going to get going. I would like everyone to, as Gail said, have a wonderful time zone. Take care. If it is evening for you, get some sleep. If you have not, please go eat something. Remember to stretch and hydrate. And I will see you next time.
Bye bye. Bye bye. Bye bye.